Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
Halfway down Trail 9, I kicked a gray duffel bag out of my way. It was still warm, it smelled like rot, and the man who came to claim it should not have known my name. I am not sending this to the police. I tried that already, and all it got me was a 5-minute phone call, and a "we'll make a note of it" before they moved on to whatever was next on the scanner. So I am sending it to you instead, to a stranger on the internet who reads other people's nightmares out loud. I am in my late 30s. I work remote IT out of a cramped townhouse outside Columbus, Ohio. I am not a kid. I am not chasing clout. And until last fall, the scariest thing that ever happened to me on a hike was stepping too close to a snake. I need you to understand that I went into those woods to clear my head, not to come back with a story. Trail 9 is not some deep backcountry expedition. It is a marked hiking path off a county road near my sister's new place in upstate New York. There is a little dirt lot with 3 parking spaces, a faded wooden sign, and one of those bulletin boards with sun-bleached maps and hunting season notices. You can still hear trucks on the highway if the wind is right. It is the kind of trail you take kids on in the fall to let them kick through the leaves and take pictures with the orange trees. That is what I had in mind when I laced up my old boots, grabbed my water bottle from the humming fridge in her cabin, and told her I would be back before dinner. About an hour in the woods got quiet in that way you only really notice when you are alone. My footsteps on the packed dirt, the whisper of my jacket, my own breathing. No birds, no planes. Just me and the sound of dried leaves scraping under my boots. I was watching my feet more than the trees, counting switchbacks in my head, when my toe hit something that was not rock or root. It slid a few inches with a dull, heavy drag. I looked down and saw it, a gray duffel bag dead center in the trail. Clean, almost new, like someone had just set it there and walked away. I should have stepped around it and kept going. I should have treated it like roadkill or a wallet in a dark parking lot, someone else's problem. Instead, I nudged it with my boot, felt the give of whatever was inside, and the smell came up in a thick, invisible wave. Not just something died out here smell. It was warmer than the air, sweet and metallic and rotten, the way I imagine a walk-in freezer would smell if the power went out and nobody opened the door for a week. I bent down anyway. My fingers were on the zipper when a voice behind me, calm and too close, said, "That's mine." I told myself the worst part of that moment was the bag. I know better now. Because when I turned around, the man standing in the middle of the trail with that same gray duffel in his hand. He smiled like we had met before, and the first thing he said after that was my name. 1.1. My life in Columbus and why I needed to get out. I do not know if what I saw in those woods was technically a crime, but I know I was not supposed to see it. That is the only way I can explain the look the man gave me, like I had walked backstage during a show I was never meant to know was fake. I am not writing this for the police. I tried talking to them. All I got was a reference number and a polite voice that went flat the second I said the words, "gray duffel bag." So now I am writing it to you, to a horror channel, which sounds stupid even as I type it. But I have a better chance of someone actually listening here than anywhere else. I am in my late 30s, pushing 40 harder than I admit to people at work. I live alone in a skinny 2-story townhouse outside Columbus, Ohio, the kind wedged into a row that all look the same beige siding, Same concrete step, same skinny patch of grass out front that the HOA insists is landscaping. If you were standing in my kitchen right now, you would hear exactly what I used to hear every day before this trip: the constant hum of the refrigerator, the HVAC kicking on with a soft whoosh, and then cutting out again, the neighbor's dryer thumping through the shared wall like a slow heartbeat. If the wind is right and the windows are cracked, you can hear I-270, just a low, steady hiss like distant surf that never stops. I do IT support from home. Remote. That used to sound cool. Work in your pajamas, answer emails from the couch. After a few years, it just means the boundaries dissolve. My days blur into disaster ticket screen shares with people who do not know where their own taskbar is, and video calls where I am a little box in the corner, telling someone to restart the thing they swear they already restarted. My world shrank to the rectangle of my monitor and the glow it throws on my face. Some nights I would look up and realize I had not turned on any lights. The only illumination in the room was my laptop screen and the tiny green LED on the router. That is the rhythm I want you to picture: the ping of incoming emails, the soft clack of keys, the muted buzz of my phone, and under all of it, the house sounds. Fridge hum, HVAC cycle, neighbor's dryer, I-270. There is comfort in that until there is not. Until you start noticing when it stops. Somewhere in the last couple of years, something in me burned out and never really came back. Sleep got weird. I was tired all the time but could not shut my brain up long enough to actually rest. I would lie on the couch after midnight, with the TV on some true crime show I was not really watching, scrolling through news articles about missing hikers, cold cases, unexplained incidents on trails out west or in national parks. I would tell myself it was just curiosity, just morbid interest. But I started to notice a pattern in what I clicked. Ordinary people going out into ordinary places and simply not coming back. I have never believed in ghosts the way other people seem to. I do not think a Victorian lady is going to float through my hallway, or that a demon is going to climb out of my bathroom mirror. The stories that get under my skin are the ones where the monster is a person, and the only supernatural thing about them is how easily they vanish into the background afterward. Real monsters have mortgages and truck payments. They stop at gas stations and buy coffee. They stand behind you in line at Walmart. That is what I believed before this happened. I still believe it now. I just think there might be more than one kind of person. The reason I ended up near those woods is my younger sister. 3 years ago, she married a guy who grew up in upstate New York, and they bought this little place near the Catskills when housing started to get insane around Columbus. We are not especially close in the talk everyday way, but we check in. Last year, she called me a few times in a row and said I sounded fried, which was her polite way of saying I was starting to scare her. She told me more than once, "Come up for a long weekend. It's quiet here, you'll actually see stars. You can get away from your screens." I kept saying, "Yeah, maybe," and then pushing it off. What finally pushed me over was not something big like a health scare or a breakup. It was a stupid, tiny moment on a late-night call. I was on with a client around 11:45 p.m., walking him through a database issue. He was sharing his screen, mumbling to himself, and then his audio glitched. The call did not disconnect. The interface was fine. His little green talking icon just stopped, and for maybe 3-4 seconds, there was nothing. No fridge hum, no HVAC, no dryer, no freeway, no click of keys on the other end. It was like somebody hit mute on the world by accident. I could hear my own breathing in my headphones too loud, like it belonged to someone else. I watched the cursor blink on his screen in total silence, and had this horrible, unreasonable certainty that if I spoke, nothing would come out. When the sound snapped back in the client, coughing, a truck rumbling past outside, my fridge compressor roaring to life, I realized my hands were shaking on the keyboard. That was the first time I had what my doctor would later call a minor panic episode. It did not feel minor. 2 days after that call, my sister texted me again. No lecture this time, just a photo. Her cabin porch trees blazing orange behind it, a mug of coffee on the rail. Underneath, she wrote one long weekend. We'll hike. No laptops. Come breathe air that doesn't come through a vent. I stared at that picture for a long time in the blue glow of my monitor, listening to the same house sounds I always heard. And for the first time, they made me feel trapped instead of safe. I said yes. I booked the days off, which felt like stealing from someone even though they were mine. I printed the directions she sent even though I had GPS, and stuck them to the fridge under one of those free magnets from a pizza place I never order from. I started making lists, what to pack, what to set to, out of office, which neighbors to tell I would be gone. I tried to be excited about it, to imagine trees and fresh air and waking up without an alarm. The night before I left, I did what I always do before any trip, cleaned the kitchen like somebody was coming to inspect it. Washed the dishes, wiped the counters, took out the trash. It was past midnight. The only light on was over the sink, and the rest of the townhouse was dark. The fridge kicked on behind me with that familiar low rumble. I was half on autopilot, wiping fingerprints off the stainless steel when my hand brushed against something crumpled under one of the magnets. It was a piece of paper I had completely forgotten about. I slid it out and unfolded it. It was a printed article, black and white, from months ago, a local news story about a missing hiker in upstate New York. Middle-aged guy solo hike, last seen near a trailhead outside some small town. The name of the town jumped out at me in the yellow light over the sink. It was my sister's town. I had printed it because I recognized it when I was doom scrolling one night. I must have told myself I would mention it to her. Then I stuck it on the fridge and let it blend into the background. Standing there with the fridge humming at my back and the paper crackling between my fingers, I read the line I had underlined months earlier, last seen near Trail 9. I remembered the missing person board in the gas station from the article photo, the way people in the background were pretending not to look at it. And it hit me in a dull, slow way that made my stomach turn, that I had known on some level that the area I was going to had a reputation. People went into those woods and did not come out. I had known and chosen to go anyway. I stuck the flyer back under the magnet, turned off the kitchen light, and listened for the house sounds before bed. Fridge, HVAC, dryer, freeway, they all came right on cue. It was comforting then. It is not anymore. 1.2, the drive north and the town that felt too quiet. I left before the sun came up the sky over Columbus, still that flat, bruised purple that makes everything look like a photograph, with the contrast turned down. The townhouse was dark behind me when I locked the door. My breath puffed white in the cold air. Somewhere beyond the apartment complex, I-270 was already awake, a low, steady growl under everything else. I told myself I was doing the smart adult thing. Getting a change of scenery, seeing family. Not driving toward a place I had already seen on a missing persons flyer stuck to my own fridge. But that thought rode with me the whole way down the stairs and into the car. On the edge of Columbus, I stopped at a speedway to fill up and grab coffee. The fluorescent lights in the canopy flickered as I slid my card, the pump beeping too loudly in the quiet. Inside the store smelled like burnt coffee floor cleaner and hot dogs that had been spinning behind glass for too many hours. A TV in the corner played a morning show with the sound off. The anchor's frozen smiles made them look like mannequins. I filled a paper cup with coffee from a pot that had clearly seen better days, lid snapping on with a tired little pop. The cashier rang me up without looking at me, eyes on her phone under the counter, nails tapping. My receipt curled in my hand as I walked back out into the cold. In the east, there was a faint suggestion of sunrise, a thin line of lighter gray trying to push its way up. Once I was on I-71 North, the world narrowed to lane lines, taillights, and the sweep of my headlights across reflective signs. The wipers squeaked now and then across a dry windshield, out of habit, like my car was nervous. I turned on the radio, local AM talk, at first somebody arguing with somebody else about something completely abstract. Their voices bobbed in and out of static as I drove until they dissolved altogether, and I was left with white noise and faint music from another station bleeding in. I hit the button on the steering wheel to switch to FM. That bought me a little while. Classic rock, then country, then a small-town DJ with the too cheerful voice that only exists between 6 and 10 in the morning. Sunny and cool today in all of our listening area, she said. I watched the temperature on the dash tick down degree by degree as the sun finally began to show up behind the clouds, turning everything the color of stale paper. The further I got from Columbus, the more the traffic thinned. Semis peeled off toward other cities. Minivans full of kids got replaced by pickup trucks with work ladders and snowplows attached. Gas stations became farther apart. After a couple of hours, I left the big interstate for smaller state routes, following the directions my sister had texted me, and that I had printed anyway. The GPS voice started to sound uncertain, cutting in with turn left in a quarter mile, then hesitating before recalculating. The landscape changed around me. Subdivisions with identical houses gave way to actual yards, then to wide fields, stubbled with the remains of summer crops. Rusting tractors sat behind leaning barns. Here and there, a for sale by owner sign tilted in front of houses whose paint had not been new since the 90s. I passed a Dollar General that seemed to be the only thing open in a stretch of road, its parking lot half full even this early. By the time I crossed into New York and picked up NY-17, the sky had turned a flat, undecided gray. The hills grew more pronounced, rising on either side, trees bare and black against the light. Small clusters of houses appeared, then disappeared again. Junked cars sat nose first in the weeds behind outbuildings. A single traffic light in one town blinked yellow over an empty intersection, controlling nobody. Somewhere after a long stretch of nothing but trees and rock cuts, a sign appeared on the right. It was warped and faded, the green almost gone to blue. The white letters peeling, "Welcome to Maple Hollow Pop. 314. Someone had taken a shotgun to it at some point. A spray of small holes pocked the lower corner. The arrow beneath pointed toward the town, but town was generous. A strip of businesses clung to the road, an auto shop, a diner with a neon coffee sign, half-lit a pharmacy with a sun-faded awning, and of course another gas station. I pulled into the gas station more out of curiosity than necessity, tires crunching over rough asphalt. It was an older place, the kind with a single island of 2 pumps and a little square building with big windows. A diesel engine idled somewhere around the side, a deep, lazy rumble. When I opened the door, the chime above it gave a tired, metallic ring. Inside it was colder than I expected. The cooler fans hummed along one wall, vibrating plastic doors full of soda and energy drinks. A TV bolted to the ceiling played the news, with the volume turned down, closed captions lagging a second behind the anchors' mouths. The whole place smelled faintly of oil coffee and something fried a long time ago. I headed toward the coffee station by habit, but something on the far wall caught my eye. Next to the restrooms, there was a corkboard, the cheap kind you buy at an office supply store. It was cluttered with faded business cards, a flyer for guitar lessons, a poster about a church rummage sale dated 2 summers ago. And then there were the missing people. 3 flyers in a row, side-by-side photos of faces staring out from under bold text. Missing. Last seen. Any information. The paper on all 3 had curled at the corner's edges, browned a little with time. One of them froze me where I stood. It was the same man from my fridge, late 40s baseball cap grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. The same name, the same words, last seen near Trail 9. The date at the bottom was from over 2 years ago now. Someone had added a strip of clear tape across the middle to keep it from tearing in half. The ink had bled a little under it. Next to that flyer was another simpler one. No smiling person this time, just a grainy black and white photo of a pickup truck in what looked like a parking lot. The text above it read, "Information needed." Below in smaller letters regarding vehicles seen near Trail 9 trailhead on multiple occasions. No plate number, no make or model. Just a note to contact the Maple Hollow Sheriff's Office with any tips. I realized I was standing too still. The cooler hum filled my ears louder than it had any right to be. Somewhere outside, the diesel engine chugged and coughed, then revved a little. The TV in the corner flashed images of somewhere else, cities, crowds, weather maps. None of it felt connected to this quiet little box of fluorescent light and corkboard ghosts. I forced myself toward the counter with a bottled water and a pack of gum, just to look like I had come in for something. The cashier was a woman, maybe in her 50s, hair pulled back in a rough ponytail, glasses hanging from a cord. She glanced up as I set my stuff down, then back at the small stack of lottery scratch-offs she had been half-heartedly sorting. Passing through, she asked, voice flat but not unfriendly. "Yeah," I said. "Visiting my sister. She lives out near..." I fumbled the name of the road from the directions, and she nodded like she knew it. "Nice out that way," she said. Quiet. I should have shut up. Instead, the words came out. She mentioned a trail around here. Trail 9, I might hike it while I'm in town. The effect was small, but I felt it. It was like someone turned the volume down on the world by a notch. The cooler fans still hummed. The diesel outside still idled. But the space between those sounds got thicker. The cashier's eyes flicked up to mine, then over my shoulder, as if checking who might be listening. She scanned the water with a beep that sounded too sharp in the hush. "People still use Trail 9, I guess," she said. "You stick to the marked paths, you'll be fine." She did not smile. It was not a warning exactly. More like a script she had said before. The door chimed behind me. I glanced back. A man in a camouflage jacket and muddy work boots stepped inside, the smell of cold air and exhaust coming with him. He gave me a once-over that lasted half a second too long, taking in my clean sneakers, my out-of-state plates he must have seen outside, the keys in my hand. Then he headed for the coffee without a word. "Have a good one," the cashier said, handing me my change. "Yeah," I managed. "You too." I walked back out into the gray morning, the diesel rumble wrapping around me. For a second, between the closing door and the outside air, the sounds layered together, the chime, the cooler hum, the news anchor's silent mouth, the truck idle, and I had the strangest sense that all of it was happening very far away from me, like I was already somewhere I did not belong. The rest of the drive to my sister's place took me off NY 17 and onto smaller and smaller roads. The GPS voice grew uncertain, then glitchy, then finally gave up the map, freezing for long stretches before updating in jerks. Houses thinned out until there were just occasional mailboxes at the ends of long gravel driveways, disappearing into trees. A Dollar General appeared and vanished in the rear-view mirror. The last traffic light I saw blinked red over an empty crossroads, its wires humming in the wind. The road narrowed to 2 lanes with no shoulder. Trees crowded closer, bare branches knitting overhead like ribs. My phone sat in its little holder on the dash screen, awake stubbornly, showing 3 bars, then 2, then 1. As I turned onto the final county road, my sister had written in her neat, looping handwriting. The trees closed in even more trunks, dark and slick with old rain. The GPS voice tried one last time in half-a-mile turn and then cut off mid-sentence. The map grayed out. A small message appeared at the top of the screen, signal lost. I glanced at my phone. The bars were gone. In their place, 2 words, no service. Out ahead of me, the road became a gray ribbon threading through a tunnel of trees. The light dimmed as the branches overlapped, and for the first time since I left Columbus, I could not hear any highway, any distant city, any background noise that did not come from my own engine. It was just me, the tires on the cold pavement, and the woods waiting on either side. 1 to 3. The cabin, the map, and the first wrong noise. My sister's place did not look like the kind of house anything bad could happen to. That was the first lie the woods told me. Her cabin sat a little back from the narrow county road up a short gravel drive that crackled under my tires as I turned in. It was a low, simple thing, more ranch style than the A-frame I had imagined when she first said cabin. Weathered wood siding a small covered porch, 2 windows facing the road like sleepy eyes. Her car, a dusty Subaru, was parked at an angle in front. There was a string of metal wind chimes hanging from one corner of the porch, spinning lazily in a breeze I could not feel inside the car. As I rolled to a stop and killed the engine, they clinked together in a soft, random melody. The sky had finally committed to evening. The light had gone gold, the kind that makes everything look warmer than it is. The trees behind the cabin were on fire with it, orange and yellow leaves catching the last rays. If you took a picture from where I was sitting, it would have looked like a postcard, "Escape to the country," all caps logo in the corner. You would not see the no service at the top of my phone, or the way my hands hesitated on the steering wheel for a second before I opened the door. My sister came out onto the porch before I could grab my bag, so rubbing her arms against the chill. She looked smaller against the backdrop of the trees than she did in my memory, but it might have just been the distance. Same dark hair tucked into a messy bun, same old Ohio State hoodie she practically lived in. She waved both hands over her head like I might miss her. "Hey, stranger," she called. Her voice echoed faintly off the trees. We hugged on the porch, that slightly awkward shuffle of people who are related, but do not see each other often enough. Up close, she smelled like coffee and whatever soap she used that always had some kind of pine or citrus in it. "You made good time," she said, taking my overnight bag before I could protest. "How's the big city still there?" I said. "Still beige." She snorted. "You'll like it here better. We have actual stars. Come in, you look like you're about to merge with your car." Inside the cabin was small but not cramped. The main room was open living area on one side, kitchen on the other, a little dining table in between. The air was warm, carrying the smell of coffee wood polish and something baked recently, maybe the tail end of muffins or cookies. The floor creaked under my feet in a way that felt different from my townhouse. This was wood that bent, not engineered laminate pretending to be something else. The first thing I noticed in the kitchen was the fridge. Not because it was anything special, just an older white model, but because of the sound. It hummed in a lower register than mine back home, a steady, almost comforting drone. Magnets covered the front, cheap ones from local businesses, a couple shaped like animals, a photo strip of my sister and her husband making faces in a mall booth. Tucked among them was a small whiteboard with a dry erase marker clipped to the side. In blue ink, someone had written Trail 9. Park here. Underneath was a tiny hand-drawn arrow pointing to a scribbled box that I guessed was supposed to be the trailhead parking lot. On the table sat a folded trail map, the paper softened from being opened and refolded many times. A couple of sections were highlighted in bright yellow rough loops drawn with a runner's eye. I could see TR9 printed near one edge, and a little star my sister must have made near the words, Overlook and Creek. "That's your kingdom, huh?" I said, nodding at the map as I set my keys down. "Those are my escape routes." She corrected, going to the counter and topping off a mug from the coffee pot. "Work run, shower collapse. That's the current routine." She handed me the mug and leaned against the counter, watching me take it all in. The cabinets were mismatched wood, some newer than others. The counters had a couple of chips. The baseboard heaters along the wall ticked softly as they cycled on and off, adding their own little voice to the house soundscape: fridge hum, heater tick. The faint rattle of the wind chimes outside through the closed windows. "So this is it," I said. "You really moved to a postcard?" "Yeah, well, the postcard has a Walmart 20 minutes away and a hospital 10 minutes in the other direction, so it's not that wild." She nudged my shoulder with hers. "Worst part is the grocery store closes at 8. After that, you're at the mercy of whatever's in the freezer." We dumped my bag in the small guest room full-size bed with an old quilt, a dresser, a lamp that still had a Goodwill price tag half peeled off on the base. Then we sat at the tiny dining table with reheated soup and too many crackers catching up in the stilted, overlapping way you do when you are trying to compress months of life into a few hours. She told me about the hospital, understaffed older patients, the same handful of doctors trying to do the work of twice their number. I told her about my job, the latest round of restructuring, the new ticketing system everyone hated, the coworker who chewed into his headset mic during calls like it was a stress ball. We laughed. It felt almost normal. Somewhere in the middle of all that, I mentioned the gas station in town, the corkboard, the flyers. "Yeah, I stopped for gas," I said. "They've got that wall of missing person posters in there. One of them is that guy." I trailed off, realizing I had never actually told her about the article on my fridge. She had been reaching for her glass of water. Her hand paused halfway. It was only a second, maybe less, but I caught the way her shoulders stiffened. She did not look at me. Instead, she took the glass, sipped, set it down. When she met my eyes, her expression was carefully neutral. "Yeah," she said. "There was this case a while back. Guy went out hiking, didn't come back. You'll hear all kinds of stories if you ask around." She picked up her spoon again. "Just stay on the main trail, okay? People get themselves into trouble when they try to be clever." She said it lightly, but it landed heavier than it should have. I opened my mouth to ask more, then closed it. The fridge chose that moment to click off its hum, dying mid-cycle. The baseboard heater went quiet. Even the old clock over the sink seemed to stop ticking for a heartbeat. In that brief, sudden hush, a sound rose from behind the house. It was just one sound, a single crunch like a footstep in dry leaves. Not the skitter of a squirrel or the rolling fall of a branch, those are messy sliding sounds. This was clean. One step, then nothing. I froze with my spoon halfway to my mouth. The kitchen window over the sink looked out toward the backyard and then the trees beyond. The glass had gone dark with the early night reflecting the warm room back at us. For a second, I was sure I would see a shape behind our reflections, someone standing at the edge of the yard. I stared. My sister kept eating. "You hear that?" I asked, finally. Hear what she said around a mouthful of soup. The fridge kicked back on with a low rumble, the heater ticked and sighed, and somewhere down the road, a dog barked once, and then shut up again. The moment folded itself neatly into the others like it had never happened. I told myself it was a branch or a deer or my imagination slipping a gear after the drive. Later, while she washed dishes and I dried, she talked about running on the trails, about how pretty the leaves were in late October, about seeing a bear once from a long distance away. I wanted to bring the conversation back to the missing hikers, to the flyers. But every time I felt the words line up, something a clatter of plates. The phone buzzing on the counter, her husband calling to say he was stuck on the night shift again, knocked them out of place. After she went to bed, the cabin felt different. Still warm, still smelling faintly of coffee and the lemon cleaner she used on the counters, but emptied of that easy daytime chatter. The living room was small, with a sagging couch facing an old flat-screen TV and a low shelf of books against one wall. Someone had stacked them with no system. I could see paperback thrillers, hiking guides, cookbooks, a couple of slim volumes of poetry. I could not imagine my sister reading. I was not tired enough to sleep yet. My brain was still buzzing from the drive, the flyers, that single crunch of leaves. I found myself in front of the bookshelf, running my fingers over the uneven spines. One of the cookbooks, a spiral-bound collection of family favorites from Maple Hollow, had something sticking out of it. Curious, I eased it off the shelf, and the thing fell out into my hand, a folded sheet of paper softened by time. There was a faint grease stain in one corner from where someone had handled it with cooking hands. I unfolded it and found myself looking at the same face for the third time. It was the missing hiker. Same grainy photo as the gas station flyer and my fridge article. Same name. Same words, last seen near Trail 9 Trailhead. The date was a little smudged but still readable. This copy was older, more handled. Someone had underlined that last line in pen until it nearly cut through the paper. On the back, in my sister's handwriting, the same looping letters as on the whiteboard by the fridge, there was a note, last seen near Trail 9 Trailhead. Do not run alone there at night. The "not" was underlined twice. I stood there in the warm, humming quiet of her living room, the baseboard heater ticking, the fridge cycling in the next room, the occasional car hissing past on the county road, and felt something cold slip under all of it. She had never mentioned that note. She had invited me up, pointed me toward Trail 9 on her neat little map, circled the overlook. She had told me to stay on the main trail, like it was a piece of generic advice. I refolded the flyer and slid it back into the cookbook, where I had found it, spine facing out, nothing to see. Then I turned off the living room lamp, let the cabin settle into the sounds of night, and told myself that tomorrow would just be a hike. Just trees and air and a path other people used all the time. From the back of the house, somewhere near the tree line, I could not see a night bird called once and went quiet. 2.1. A quiet morning that felt borrowed. The first morning in the cabin felt like it belonged to somebody else's life. I woke up to the sound of coffee dripping, not an alarm. For a second, I did not know where I was. The ceiling over the bed was wood, not the stippled white plaster of my townhouse. The air smelled faintly like rain and old pine. Somewhere in the house, a low male voice was talking about corn prices and rainfall totals, the kind of farm report you only hear on small-town radio. I lay there listening. The fridge hummed in the kitchen, steady and low. The coffee maker clicked now and then as it finished its cycle, the drip slowing. Outside, rain tapped softly on the roof, light half-hearted, and then stopped, leaving behind a faint patter as drops slid down leaves. It was a layered, busy kind of quiet, different from the electrical silence back home. My sister knocked on the door frame and poked her head into the room, already in scrubs and a zip-up hoodie. Her hair was up, car keys dangling from her fingers. "Hey," she said, "you're actually alive." I checked the cheap alarm clock on the nightstand. It was just after 6. Barely, I said, voice thick. "There's coffee and some cereal out," she said. "I have to be at the hospital by 7. I'll be back late afternoon." She hesitated, then added, "If you go out on the trail today, start early. It gets dark stupid fast in the trees." "You're really selling the whole relaxing getaway thing," I muttered, but she just smirked. "You'll be fine. It's a path, not Everest. Stay on it." She tapped the doorframe twice like a ritual and vanished down the hall. From the bed, I heard the rest of her morning as sounds, cupboard doors, opening spoons, clinking the front door, squeaking and thumping, shut the beep of her car unlocking. The engine turned over with a familiar whine. Gravel popped as her tires backed down the drive. Then the sound of the car faded down the road, swallowed by the trees. What was left after that felt different, less full. There is a particular silence a house makes when the last person leaves. My townhouse in Columbus has it too. The soft gust of the HVAC settling the tiny ticking of expanding or contracting walls, the almost inaudible whir of electronics. In the cabin, it was like that, but sharper. The heater sighed and cut off. The floorboards gave one little creak near the kitchen, like someone shifting their weight. The radio in the other room played a commercial jingle about feed and seed, then fuzzed out to static as the station faded and the fridge hum rose up to fill the space it left. I got up, pulled on yesterday's jeans, and padded barefoot to the kitchen. The coffee maker sat on the counter, half a pot left. The local station still played low from a little radio on the windowsill, now moving on from farm reports to some DJ telling a story about a lost dog found 3 towns over. The sky through the window was a dull, washed-out gray. The trees in the backyard were dark silhouettes against it, branches slick from the early rain. On the table, the trail map lay where we had left it. The coffee smell was stronger here, mixing with the faint scent of wood polish and whatever my sister had cooked last night. I poured coffee into a mug, grabbed a bowl and a box of cereal, and sat down at the table with the map spread in front of me. Trail 9 wound across the paper like a lazy vein labeled in small print. Someone, my sister, obviously had drawn loops in yellow highlighter along parts of it, little annotations in the margins, steep rocks, good view here. There was a star at a spot labeled Overlook, and another near a bend where the word Creek was printed in pale blue. I ate my cereal in slow, absent-minded spoonfuls and traced the lines with my finger. Just to the Overlook and back, I told myself. That was all. A short walk, a simple trail, a way to prove that my brain had been lying to me when it said I was going to fall apart the second I left a city. Growing up, my sister was always the one out in front. She was the kid climbing trees in the backyard, launching herself off swings, taking the longer, darker way home for fun. I was the one reading in the shade, checking for splinters, counting how many houses we had passed, to know if we were off route. On family trips to the state park, she would vanish down the trails with our dad, while I hung back with our mom near the picnic area. I told myself I just liked the quiet, but the truth was, I liked the illusion of control. Sitting at that wooden table with the fridge humming behind me and the local station now playing some old country song about going home, I felt that old division again. She had moved here and made this place her life. I was still living in a box I could cross in 10 steps. Part of me resented that. Part of me wanted for once to be the one who went into the trees and came back with nothing worse than sore legs. Just to the first Overlook and back, I said out loud to no one. My voice sounded small and unfamiliar in the kitchen. I folded the map carefully, creasing along the worn lines, and stuck it in the pocket of my jacket. Packing took almost no time. I did not bring much because in my head this was still just a walk. A refillable water bottle I topped off at the sink, a granola bar from the pantry, my phone habitually, even though the no service at the top of the screen had not changed since last night. I hesitated, then opened my duffel and fished out the small folding knife I had bought years ago on sale and never had a reason to use. It felt theatrical, almost embarrassing to bring it, but it fit into the side pocket of my jeans and made a tiny, reassuring weight there. On the way to the front door, I passed the whiteboard on the fridge again. TR9, park here with the little arrow. It looked innocent, a silly cartoon. My eyes snagged on it anyway. The porch was colder than the rest of the house. My boots sat by the door where I had left them last night, toes pointing inward. As I reached down to grab them, something on the last step caught my eye. Mud. Not a lot, just a few dark drying smears and a couple of partial boot prints on the wood. They led from the edge of the porch, down the last step, and off toward the side of the cabin, in the direction of the backyard and the woods beyond. I automatically bent to study them. Old habit trying to make sense of patterns. They were not my prints. I had walked up the porch yesterday in clean sneakers. My soles were still mostly unmarked. They did not look like my sister's either. I knew roughly how big her feet were from years of borrowed shoes and shared laundry disasters, and these were larger, wider, heavier. The tread pattern wasn't clear, just enough to show a blocky shape, but it looked like the kind of thick sole you get on work boots or serious hiking shoes. I straightened slowly, boots dangling from my hand, and told myself it was nothing. Maybe her husband had been here yesterday before getting called back in to cover a shift. Maybe maintenance came by. Maybe footprints look bigger when they're smeared. The wind moved through the trees behind the house, making the branches hiss. The chimes above me chimed a little more sharply than they had the night before. I pulled my boots on, tying the laces tight with cold fingers. The door behind me clicked when I closed it, the latch catching with a small metallic sound. I locked it out of reflex, even though there was nothing out here to steal that was worth the effort of hauling it away. The key turned in the deadbolt with a dry little scrape. For a second, I stood there on the porch, hand still on the knob, listening. The cabin breathed in its own way. I could hear the muffled hum of the fridge through the wall, the faint tick of the baseboard heaters cycling the local radio drifting out as a murmur. The trees answered with a soft, rushing sound as the wind shifted. Somewhere down the county road, unseen beyond the curve, a truck rolled past, tires hissing on damp pavement, engine rumbling. That sound swelled and faded, leaving the silence behind it feeling thicker. In the space after the truck passed, before another noise rose to fill it, I heard something else. It was small, almost nothing, a sharp, clean snap, like a single twig breaking under weight. It came from the direction of the tree line behind the cabin, not from the road, not from the field on the other side. It sounded closer than I wanted it to be. I turned my head, squinting at the strip of yard I could see and the wall of trees beyond. Nothing moved. No deer stepping out, no person. Just trunks and branches and the damp carpet of leaves dark with last night's rain. The wind picked up again, and the leaves rustled, swallowing any chance of hearing another snap. A second truck went by on the road, louder this time, drowning out everything else. Deer, I told myself. Branch, squirrel, whatever. I stepped off the porch, my boots crunching on the gravel of the drive, and headed for the car. The map in my pocket crackled when I slid behind the wheel. I started the engine, and the cabin soundscape got replaced with the familiar things: fan on the dashboard, tires on gravel, the rattle of something in the glove compartment. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, the cabin sat there looking exactly the same as when I had pulled in the day before, wind chimes, swaying trees standing guard behind it. If there was anything standing just inside that tree line watching me go, I did not see it. 2.2. Trailhead creak and subtle wrongness. The road to the trailhead felt like it was trying to decide whether it still wanted to be a road at all. The pavement narrowed and then frayed at the edges, shoulders crumbling into dirt and wet leaves. Potholes appeared without warning, shallow at first, then deep enough that I had to slow to a crawl to ease over them. Trees leaned in on either side, branches reaching overhead in a way that made the sky feel farther away. My wipers squeaked once across a mostly dry windshield, smearing a thin line of mist. The GPS was still frozen on the last usable segment of the map, a little blue arrow floating near nothing. The words, "No service," in the corner of my phone screen had become background noise like the rumble of my engine. I followed my sister's printed directions instead. Right at the old billboard, left at the rusted mailbox, stay on the road until it turns to dirt and ends in a loop. It did eventually. The cracked asphalt gave up completely and turned into a rutted dirt patch that had been flattened enough by tires to call itself a parking lot. It was small room for maybe 3-4 cars if people were polite about it. Today it was empty, just tire tracks ghosted in drying mud and a single cigarette butt squashed near the entrance. I pulled in and killed the engine. The sudden lack of mechanical noise was like someone taking their hands off my ears. The air outside was cold and damp. As I opened the door, the smell of wet earth stronger here. Gravel and small stones shifted under my boots when I stepped out loud in the morning stillness. A wooden sign stood at the edge of the lot, the kind you see in every state park. 2 posts sunk into the ground, a board across them with carved and painted letters. The paint on this one was faded, the green gone pale, the white of the letters chipped. It read, Trail 9, Moderate Difficulty. The word moderate had a crack running through it like the wood was trying to split the idea apart. Beside the sign was a squat wooden kiosk with a shingled roof, its informational posters wrinkled and sun-bleached. The whole thing creaked softly as the breeze nudged it. A laminated notice was zip-tied to one of the post's corners, curling despite the plastic hunting season in effect. Wear bright colors, stay on marked trails. Another paper, not laminated, clung to the board by just 2 staples. Rain and time had peeled its bottom half away so that the lower text was unreadable. The top still showed a few bold words: report suspicious activity, contact Maple Hollow Sheriff's Office. The rest was a blur of streaked ink. Somewhere to my left, past the edge of the lot, water ran over rocks with a soft, continuous murmur. A creek just like the map had promised. A crow called once from high up in the trees, a rough cawing sound that bounced oddly off the trunks and came back thinner. I locked the car, even though there was no one around to steal it, and slung my water bottle crosswise over my shoulder. The entrance to Trail 9 was obvious, a break in the trees, where the ground dipped down the dirt packed into a narrow path by countless feet. A small wooden post stuck up at the start, the number 9 carved into it and painted black. Standing there at the edge of the trees, I almost turned back. Not because I felt some premonition or heard a whisper telling me not to go, just because the air under the canopy looked different, heavier. The light in the parking lot was thin but honest. I could see the texture of the gravel, the scratches on my car's hood, my breath in little white clouds. Beyond the post, the light went greenish and diffuse, filtered through branches and old leaves. It swallowed details more quickly. I stepped forward anyway. The transition from open lot to woods was physical. The ground went from gravel crunch to a layered sound, small stones packed dirt, and the crisp, papery break of dead leaves. The temperature dropped a couple of degrees as the trees closed over my head. My jacket suddenly felt more necessary. The smell changed too, from exhaust and cold air to something darker, damp leaves, pine sap, something rich and loamy underneath it, all that felt like the forest's version of body heat. The trail itself was clear and easy to follow, at first a narrow tan ribbon through a sea of darker browns and yellows. Some rangers, volunteers I did not know, had cleared fallen branches and big rocks off it recently enough that there weren't any obstacles. The creek stayed visible off to my left for the first few minutes, a constant silver line moving over stones. Its sound blended with the rhythm of my footsteps, so that for a while everything felt almost meditative. My boots on gravel, my boots on leaves, the soft trickle hiss of water. A crow calling again farther away now, a branch creaking overhead as it shifted in the breeze. Within 10 minutes, I could no longer see the parking lot if I looked back. The trail curved just enough, and the trees thickened just right to erase it. That did something small but noticeable in my chest. I told myself I wanted to be away from all that this had been the point. But there was a difference between wanting to get quiet and realizing you were actually alone. Somewhere in that 10th or 11th minute, I heard the first wrong sound. I was walking with my head turned slightly to the left, looking down through the trees at the creek as it curved away when a sharp crack snapped from the right. It was the sound of a branch breaking under weight, not snapping off in the wind. Clean, sudden, not repeated. I stopped. The forest settled around me like it was waiting to see what I would do. Hey, I called because that seemed less pathetic than hello. My voice sounded thinner than I meant it to, absorbed by bark and needles. Anyone out there? Silence answered for a couple of beats. Then from somewhere in the same direction as the crack, I heard a softer sound, a faint, slow crunch, like someone shifting their weight on leaves. Not walking, not running, just adjusting. I stood there listening so hard my ears rang. The creek kept doing what it had been doing. A little breeze threaded through the branches, making them whisper. My heart thudded in my chest in a way that felt too loud for the setting. This is hunting season, I reminded myself. There's a sign, remember, people in the woods with guns are more probable than whatever your brain is trying to conjure. Maybe someone just stepped on a branch and then readjusted their stance. Still, the back of my neck felt exposed. I waited another few seconds, then forced my foot to move gravel and dirt crunching under it. Once I was walking again, it was easier to pretend the sounds had been nothing. The deeper I went, the more the forest rearranged itself into a new normal. The light under the canopy brightened again as the clouds shifted, coloring everything with that green tint you get in underwater photos. The air smelled wetter. My own footsteps became the dominant sound, a metronome of crunch, crunch, crunch that I could almost time my breathing to. I tried to relax into it. I looked for small, ordinary things, the way moss climbed one side of the trunks, but not the other. The little mushrooms clustered at the base of a fallen log, the flash of a bird's wing between branches. I counted my steps between trail markers, short sections of branch, nailed to trees, painted with a white stripe. It worked for a little while. The idea of the branch crack began to slide toward the fun story, to tell later side of my brain instead of the warning side. Then I saw the vest. At first it was just a flare of color where everything else was brown and gray and green. A sliver of orange half buried under brush off to the right of the trail, maybe 20 feet in. My city brain categorized it instantly trash. Someone dumped their Halloween decorations or a plastic bag caught in a branch. But my feet slowed anyway, curiosity tugging at my heels. Up close, I recognized it for what it was, a hunting vest. Blaze orange, the kind designed to scream, "I am not a deer," at anyone with a rifle. It was snagged high on a branch of a small tree, one strap twisted around the wood. The fabric had faded from neon to something more muted, almost the color of a traffic cone left in the sun too long. One side was torn open, stuffing, or maybe just layers of fabric spilling out. It looked like it had been there a long time. The edges were frayed, and there was a thin layer of dirt on the shoulders where leaves had fallen and decomposed. But beneath and around it, the leaves on the ground looked wrong, less decayed, fresher, like someone had scraped older debris away not that long ago and left the vest hanging there as an afterthought or a marker or a joke. I stood at the edge of the trail, not quite willing to step off it and go closer. The rules printed on 100 trail pamphlets buzzed in the back of my head. Stay on marked paths, leave no trace, do not disturb wildlife or property. Also, do not pick up weird things in the woods. That last one was not official, but it had always seemed like common sense. The breeze made the torn edge of the vest lift and flutter just a little. For a second, it looked like someone's shoulder twitching. Trash, I told myself. Some idiot lost it, or dumped it. My voice did not carry far. The crow called again somewhere behind me like a delayed echo. I kept walking. The trail started to climb after that, not steeply but steadily enough that my legs noticed. Roots braided through the dirt underfoot. Rocks jutted up here and there, slick with moisture. The air grew thinner and cooler, my breath puffing more visibly in front of me. The creek noise faded away, replaced by the murmur of wind moving through higher branches. I knew from the map that the overlook was not far, just another bend or two. I could feel the tension in my shoulders coiled from the crack and the vest, and my own brain easing a little with each step. It would be fine, I told myself. I would get to the overlook, look out over a nice, safe view of trees and maybe a river, and feel stupid for being jumpy over an old piece of clothing and a couple of sounds. When the trail finally opened out, it did so abruptly. One moment I was in the tunnel of trees. The next I was standing in a flat, scraped clear area at the lip of a drop-off. There was a faded wooden rail along part of the edge, the kind put there more as a suggestion than a barrier. Beyond it, the land fell away in a steep slope covered in trees, and beyond those, more hills and more trees. On a clear day, it might have been beautiful. The view was fine, but it was not what I noticed first. In the center of the overlook clearing, someone had arranged a small circle of stones. They were all roughly the same size, each one about as big as my hand. Inside the circle, the ground was blackened ash, staining the dirt in an uneven ring. Whatever had been burned, there was mostly gone, just a scatter of charred pieces that could have been sticks or something else warped beyond clear recognition. A smell lingered above it, faint but unmistakable. Not just wood smoke. There was an edge to it, a greasy animal note that did not belong to branches or leaves. It hit the back of my throat and brought up unbidden the memory of my neighbor's grill the year he forgot to throw out a package of meat and cooked it weeks later by accident. Overcooked fat, burned flesh. Something that had once been alive turned to cinders. I stood there at what was supposed to be the scenic spot on the map, the place my sister had starred, listening to the wind hiss over the overlook, the distant groan of trees, my own heartbeat ticking in my ears. The forest had gone quiet again. No birds, no insects, no creek. Just me, the circle of stones, and that thin, almost gone smell of something burned that was not entirely wood. 2, 3. The first glimpse of the bag. I did not stay long at the overlook. Whatever nice view my sister had meant for me to see was ruined by the circle of stones and the not quite gone smell of something burned that was more than wood. Clouds had thickened while I was climbing. The light over the hills now was flat and colorless, turning everything into layers of gray and darker gray. A thin breeze slid over the exposed rock and under my jacket, finding the sweat at the back of my neck and cooling it too fast. I told myself I would come back another day when the weather was better, when the sight of that little blackened circle did not make my stomach twist, when I could pretend it was nothing. My boots sounded different on the way back, sharper. Each step on the packed dirt and scattered leaves seemed to punch more clearly into the silence, as if the forest had turned up the volume on that one sound. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I could feel the texture of the ground through the sole's grit and small stones and the occasional squish of something softer. The wind had picked up higher in the trees, a constant low rush like distant traffic, but down on the trail, the air felt strangely still. The creek was still out there somewhere to my left, audible now and then as a muted trickle when the path curved closer to it, but it seemed quieter than it had on the way up. The birds, which had been intermittent background noise earlier, were silent. No calls, no wings. Just my footsteps and my breathing. At one point, I reached up to zip my jacket the rest of the way, and the tiny metallic rasp of the zipper slider sounded far too loud. I actually flinched at my own noise, glancing around like I had broken some rule I had not known I was following. When I forced myself to laugh, the sound came out thin and died quickly between the trunks. I tried to tell myself I was being ridiculous. The woods were not conspiring to listen to me walk. They were just being woods. If anything had changed, it was me. The trail dropped gently in a series of long, lazy switchbacks. In places, the trees opened enough that gray sky showed between them like torn paper. I kept my eyes mostly on the path, watching for roots and slick patches, counting steps between the white blazes on the trees. It gave my brain something to do besides replay the crack of the branch and the image of that abandoned hunting vest. I was coming out of one of those long curves, the kind where the trail bends away and then returns to roughly the same contour when I saw it. At first, it was just an interruption in the familiar pattern of dirt and leaves. A darker shape lying dead center on the path, maybe 40-50 feet ahead. For a second, my brain slotted it into the fallen log category. The woods are full of those dead trees dropped across trails, half rotten and crawling with things. But this shape was too smooth for that, too regular. No jagged branch stubs, no uneven silhouette. I slowed without meaning to boots dragging slightly through the leaves. The light under the trees here was a shade dimmer, the sky above thickening with cloud. That made the object ahead blend into the trail more, a gray on brown blur that my eyes had to work to separate. Fallen rock, I thought next. Maybe someone had dislodged a boulder from higher up. But the longer I looked, the less that fit. Rocks do not usually have straight sides. They do not lie so perfectly aligned with the center of a path, like they were placed there, not fallen there. I squinted, trying to make my eyes focus past the stretching twigs and leaves between me and it. A small gust of wind moved through the trees, then stirring the leaf litter along the trail. Some of the leaves around the object skittered and flipped momentarily, exposing a strip of something darker against the gray. A strap, black or very dark. It arced away from the main shape and then disappeared back into the leaves as they settled. A bag my mind supplied. Someone's bag. Once it had the word, the picture sharpened, the rectangular outline softened by the layer of debris around it. The way one end seemed slightly more rounded, as if something inside pushed against the fabric. The strap. Probably someone's gym bag, I told myself. Or a day pack. A hiker dropped it or left it there because it was too heavy. People are lazy. People are careless. There is a whole genre of trail stories about the weird things strangers abandon in the woods. This could be another one. Even as I threaded those rationalizations together, something in my chest tightened. The bag, not that I knew for sure it was a bag yet, but my brain had committed, was not off to the side of the trail. It was right in the middle. It looked like it had been put there. The path curved in such a way that if I kept going, I would have to walk directly to it, step around it, share its space for a moment. I slowed more each step now, a conscious choice. The crunch of leaves underfoot seemed to grow louder with each one, as if I were announcing my approach. I tried to listen for other sounds, for the creek, for birds, for anything that might tell me I was not alone. The forest gave me nothing but the soft hiss of wind in branches and the faint, intermittent tap of a drop of water falling from a leaf. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It was such a small thing, that short, insistent buzz against my hip. I had forgotten it was there, forgotten it could do that. The sudden sensation in all that quiet snapped through me like electricity. My hand jerked. I fumbled for the phone too fast, and it slipped, hitting my thigh, then my knee, then the ground, with a crack that echoed too loudly in my head. Shit, I hissed, dropping to a crouch. My heart was hammering so hard, it made my fingers shake as I grabbed for the rectangle of black glass. For a stupid second, I had a vivid image of it skidding off the trail into some crevice and vanishing forever, leaving me cut off from even the illusion of contact. It had landed screen up. A notification glowed in the center, some useless app informing me of a limited time offer or daily reminder. The banner sat there under the now familiar words, "No service," as if it had been waiting in some queue and decided now was the perfect time to arrive. I stared at it, breathing hard, kneeling in the middle of the trail like someone praying to very low gods. The world around me felt too big and too quiet at once. The fact that my phone had buzzed at all here where there was supposedly no connection made no sense. I told myself it must have been a delayed alert finally pushing through from earlier when I still had signal near town. That explanation was flimsy, but I grabbed it anyway. "You're jumpy," I muttered at myself. My whisper barely stirred the air. "Get it together." I stood brushing dirt from my palm onto my jeans and looked back up the trail. The bag, because I had no other word for it now, was still there. Same place, same gray shape. Maybe a little closer now, but that was only because I had closed some of the distance. It did not look like it had moved. I checked the time on my phone more out of a need for confirmation than any real schedule. Somehow the digital numbers felt less reliable out here, like they belonged to a different world. I had been gone longer than I thought. Between the climb, the overlook, the standing, still listening to things that were not there. I had burned more of the morning than I meant to. Clouds were thickening overhead. The light on the trail took on a duller tone, flattening shadows, making it harder to read the small changes in the ground. The temperature had dropped enough that I could see my breath again when I exhaled. The idea of being caught up here in a sudden rain, or worse, in full dark, without knowing the way well, did not appeal. "I'll check it tomorrow," I said this time, not even pretending I was talking to anyone else. "If it's still there, I don't know. Look at it. Move it. Whatever." Even as I said it, I knew tomorrow was a lie. But lies can be comforting when they carry you in the direction you already want to go. I slipped my phone back into my pocket with exaggerated care and turned away from the gray shape. Instead of walking toward it, I began to walk back the way I had come, retracing my steps downhill. My pace was faster now, almost a controlled hurry. It felt better to have my back turned, as ridiculous as that sounds. It meant I did not have to look at the thing in the path, at the possibility. The forest did not protest. It let me go. The creek's voice grew a little louder as I descended, a low, constant murmur that filled some of the spaces between my footfalls. My breathing evened out. The image of the bag floated at the edge of my thoughts, like something seen out of the corner of my eye and dismissed. I passed the place where the orange hunting vest hung, catching its color without stopping. I passed the tree that had groaned earlier in the wind, its long branch creaking overhead. The markers on the trunks came quicker, feeling like reassurance. White blaze, white blaze, white blaze. Civilization in a crude way. Just before the last bend that would bring the trailhead kiosk and the empty parking lot into view, I slowed. It wasn't a choice so much as a reflex. The part of my brain that catalogs details like a librarian wanted one more data point, one last look. I turned my head and glanced back up the trail. From where I was standing, I could see a long stretch of the path. I had just walked a narrowing, tan ribbon between darker walls of trees. It curved gently as it had before. The undergrowth along its edges was undisturbed, the leaves lying in their random patterns. There was nothing in the middle of it. No gray shape, no bag, no log, no rock. The space where it had been was empty, as innocently bare, as if it had never held anything at all. There were no side trails visible from here, no obvious dips where something heavy might have rolled or slid. The forest floor off the path was a tangle of roots and fallen branches and low shrubs that would have snagged anything larger than a squirrel. My eyes flicked from one side to the other, looking for any sign of disturbance. There was nothing. Just the same scattering of leaves, the same trunks, the same stillness. For a long moment, I stood there with my hand on the nearest tree, fingers pressing into rough bark, listening. The creak, the wind, my pulse in my ears. No zipper sound, no footsteps but my own. The bag was gone. Later, I would tell myself a dozen stories about that. Someone came by while I was walking and picked it up. It was never there. I imagined it. A trick of the light. A shadow. Nuts and twigs arranged just so. But in that moment on the trail, I did not believe any of those things. I believed with a small, hard certainty that sat right under my breastbone that something had been placed in my path and then removed when I chose not to go to it. I turned away from the empty trail and walked the last few yards to the trailhead without looking back again. 3.1 Night at the cabin and the hush behind the house. By the time I bumped back down the gravel drive to the cabin, the sky had gone from gray to a darker, heavier shade that meant evening was coming, whether I was ready or not. The porch light was already on, casting a weak cone over the steps. My sister's Subaru sat where it had before, beaded with a thin skin of dried mud from her commute. Warm light glowed behind the front windows. The place looked exactly as it had when I left that morning, which felt like a lie given everything that had happened between then and now. When I opened the front door, the first thing that hit me was the smell of cheese powder and overboiled vegetables. The second thing was the sound of the TV. She had it on low in the living room, tuned to some network crime drama. A pair of two pretty actors were walking down a hallway in slow motion, their voices pitched just under the volume where you can make out words. As I set my boots by the door, a canned laugh track leaked in from a commercial break, weirdly out of place with the somber strings of the show's soundtrack. In here, my sister called from the kitchen. She was standing at the stove, stirring vigorously at a pot of boxed mac and cheese, the neon orange kind you can make in one pan if you do not read the instructions too closely. A bag of frozen vegetables sat open on the counter, half of its contents already dumped into a second pot. Steam fogged the window over the sink, blurring the outline of the backyard trees into soft shapes. "You survived," she said, glancing at me. "See, told you the woods wouldn't eat you." "Not yet," I said, hanging my jacket on the back of a chair. My voice came out more strained than I meant it to. She caught the edge of it. "Long hike, longer than I planned," I said. "Trail goes up more than your map makes it look," she snorted. "Topography's free, man. You're just out of shape." We ate at the little table again, bowls of mac and cheese with sad peas and carrots thawed into them, cheap comfort food made on a nurse's budget. The TV in the other room filled the quiet with low dialogue and occasional bursts of music. Every now and then, a laugh track would drift in when the commercials switched hollow and timed just a little off from whatever joke it was trying to sell. I told myself not to bring up the weird parts of the hike. Then I did it anyway. "Hey," I said after we had covered the basics, work, mutual, family updates, some local gossip about someone's truck ending up in a ditch. "Did you know there's some kind of fire pit at the overlook on Trail 9? She paused with her fork halfway to her mouth. "Yeah," she said too casually. "People make fires wherever they can get away with it." This looked... I don't know. I pushed a pea around my bowl. Someone had arranged stones, and whatever they burned, there wasn't just wood. It smelled wrong. She stared at her food for a second longer, then shoveled the bite in and chewed eyes on the table. "I mean, people burn all kinds of crap," she said once she swallowed. "Trash old gear, meat they don't want to pack out. It's gross, but it happens." "Yeah, but, and they dump weird stuff out there." She cut in a little sharper than before. "You'd be amazed the junk people drag into the woods because they don't want to pay to leave it at the dump." That gave me an opening. "Funny you say that," I said. On the way back, I saw something on the trail. I think it was a bag. Gray, right in the middle of the path. Her eyes flicked up to mine. For half a heartbeat, something taut and wary flashed across her face. Then it was gone, replaced by a carefully neutral look I recognized from all the times we had both pretended to our parents that everything was fine. "Like I said," she repeated lighter, "now people dump weird stuff out there. Just stay on the main trail. Don't go wandering off because you think you saw Bigfoot's backpack or something." She forced a small smile. "Trail 9 is fine. I've run it 100 times. Just don't make it your job to pick up every idiot's trash. That's what the rangers are for." "Yeah," I said. "Sure." She went back to eating. The conversation slid to safer ground. Work stories. A patient who tried to smuggle his dog into the hospital in a duffel bag. The way the grocery store here did this weird thing with their produce displays. We laughed at all the right spots. The house sounds wove under and around the talk, the low, steady hum of the fridge. The baseboard heaters ticking and sighing, an occasional car hissing past on the wet county road outside. Every now and then, when there was a pause in what we were saying, I could hear the TV in the next room, a detective saying something grave, a suspect protesting the murmur of a soundtrack, trying to convince the viewer they were on the edge of something big. For a little while, the cabin felt genuinely safe. Warm light, bad food, familiar sibling rhythms. The woods outside could have been wallpaper for all the impact they had on the inside. We loaded the dishwasher together, clanking plates and silverware, talking over each other about nothing. She checked her phone for messages from the hospital. I rinsed out my mug and listened to the pipes shudder as the water heater did its job. Her next shift started early, so she announced she was going to bed around 10. "You can stay up and watch whatever," she said, drying her hands on a dish towel. "Just keep the volume down. I turn into a pumpkin at like 9:30 these days." "I'll probably just crash on the couch," I said. "Maybe answer a couple of the emails so my coworkers don't think I died." She rolled her eyes. "Tell them you're in the wilderness and can't be reached." "I kind of am," I pointed out. "Exactly. Use it." She flicked the wind chime hanging by the back door with her finger as she passed, making it ring softly, then disappeared down the hall, the floorboards creaking under her steps. A door opened, then closed. After that, the house shifted into a lower gear. I turned the TV volume down until it was barely more than a moving picture with a faint murmur. An episode of some crime show blurred into another. The plots were interchangeable enough that it did not matter. I opened my laptop on the coffee table anyway, cursor blinking in an empty email draft I had no intention of sending. Half of my attention went to my screen. The other half wandered, dragged back again and again to the memory of the gray shape on the trail and the way it had not been there later. Outside, the wind picked up. I could hear it in the way the trees rubbed against each other, a low, woody groan underneath the occasional sharper tap of branch on siding. Every so often, something would scrape along the roof, a stick probably, and slide off, dropping to the yard with a sound too muffled to really parse. The house soundtrack was still there, fridge cycling on and off baseboards, ticking the faint whoosh of air as the heater blew. The TV murmured. Once or twice, a car went by a distant pair of headlights, slipping across the wall like ghosts' tires, whispering on pavement, before fading into nothing. At around 11:30, everything stopped. It was not gradual. One moment, there were layers of noise, the low drone of the fridge, the soft whir of the laptop fan, the TV's hushed dialogue, the heater's breath, the wind's pressure on the windows. The next, it was like someone had walked through the cabin and flipped every invisible switch to off. The TV was still on, but my brain suddenly noticed that no sound was coming from it. I must have muted it without thinking earlier. The fridge cut out mid-cycle, its hum dying with a faint, almost apologetic click. The heater stopped. Even the wind seemed to catch its breath. In the space that opened up, I could hear my own breathing rougher than it should have been for someone sitting still. The ticking of the wall clock above the TV, which I had not registered once since I arrived, snapped into focus. Tick, tick, tick. Each one its own small intrusion. Then from behind the house I heard it. 3 sounds spaced evenly apart. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They were not loud, not like a fallen branch or an animal crashing through underbrush. They were measured, deliberate. The sound of weight pressing down through dry leaves and releasing 3 times each step a few seconds after the last. Not scampering, not skittering, walking. The first footfall sent a cold spike straight down my spine. By the third, my body knew before my mind did what it was hearing. Someone was moving around behind the cabin. I sat frozen on the couch, laptop screen glowing white in my lap, the cursor still blinking in an empty field. My ears strained for a 4th step that did not come. No rustle of leaves, no twigs snapping, no follow-up sound at all. Whatever had taken those 3 steps had either stopped or left the range where I could hear it. The wind stayed absent. The house waited. Probably a deer, I told myself in my head, because I was not sure my voice would work. Or a raccoon. Or it's nothing. It's nothing. Fear has weight. It sat in my stomach and pressed down on my lungs, making each breath feel shallow. My fingers curled around the edge of the laptop so hard my knuckles hurt. I stared at the dark TV screen's reflection of the room at the rectangle of the back window behind me, half visible in it. I could have stayed there. I could have shut the laptop and gone to bed and written it off as one of those moments where the world gets too quiet and your brain fills in the gaps. That would have been the smart choice. That would have been the kind of cautious thing I had prided myself on being. Instead, after what felt like a full minute but was probably closer to 10 seconds, I put the laptop aside and stood up. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I moved toward the kitchen. The sound seemed excessive in the thin stillness, like I was stomping even though I was trying to walk softly. The clock ticked on the wall behind me. Nothing else spoke up to join it. The back window over the sink was a black square, the glass throwing my reflection back at me, pale face, wide eyes, cabin light pooled around my shoulders. Beyond that, The porch was a faint suggestion of angles, the yard an undifferentiated mass of shadow. The trees were just darker, vertical smears against a slightly less dark sky. I flipped the useless dish towel from one hand to the other for something to do and leaned closer to the glass. I could not see anything moving out there. No deer shape, no human silhouette. Just the vague outline of the porch steps and the darker band where the ground began. The porch light was off. My sister must have switched it earlier without me noticing. I remembered suddenly that she had mentioned a motion sensor out back, something her husband had installed so they would not have to fumble with switches while bringing in groceries in the dark. My hand was on the back doorknob before I could talk myself out of it. The metal was cool and slightly tacky from humidity. I turned it slowly, half expecting it to resist. It didn't. The latch clicked too loud. When I cracked the door open, cold air breathed in around my legs. The motion sensor woke up. With a muted electrical buzz and a soft pop, the light above the porch flared to life. My eyes squinted against it automatically. The yard, which had been a single dark mass moments before, resolved into details. The porch boards, the last step, the patch of bare dirt just beyond, where feet landed coming and going. The carpet of dead leaves after that, a mottled orange-brown, and leading away from the porch straight toward the tree line were footprints. They were not sharp prints like in snow, but they were clear enough ovals of compressed leaves in pairs, the top layer pushed aside to reveal damp, darker debris beneath. Each step was a little longer than mine would have been spaced in a steady rhythm. They started at the bottom step, as if whoever had made them had been standing right where I was now, then moved outward away from the house. I slipped out onto the porch and let the door rest almost closed behind me. The night air smelled like wet leaves and cold earth. The wind had started up again, branches rubbing softly against each other, but the sound did nothing to disguise the fact that the prints were fresh. The edges of them were still defined, not yet blurred by shifting leaves. I looked at the size of them at the width. Bigger than my sister's feet by a lot. Bigger than mine, too. The tread pattern was smeared, but I could see the faint suggestion of thick, blocky shapes pressed into the ground here and there. Work boots, hiking boots, something solid. They went one way away from the cabin, toward the trees. I stood there on the lit porch, heart pounding, listening to the night settle around me again. The house behind me hummed as the fridge kicked back on, as the heater resumed its cycle, as if someone had turned the world's volume knobs back up to normal. The TV murmured faintly through the wall, a soundtrack to a story I was not watching. The footprints did not come back. 3.2. The second day hike and seeing the bag up close. The next morning, the cabin felt like it had already had a full conversation without me. My sister was gone when I woke up. The guest room was dim, only a stripe of gray light sneaking in around the curtain. The digital clock on the nightstand said 7:14. From the rest of the house came the low, familiar hum of the fridge and the faint hiss of the baseboard heaters. No footsteps, no doors, no clink of dishes. On the table in the kitchen, next to the folded trail map, was a sticky note in her handwriting. Back by 5. Coffee's in the pot. Stay out of trouble. There was a little smiley face at the end of the last line that did not make me feel better. The coffee in the pot was lukewarm but drinkable. I poured a mug and stood at the sink while it cooled enough to sip, looking out at the backyard. The trees were a little clearer in the morning light trunks, slick and dark from the damp, bare branches reaching up like black veins. Whatever footprints had been in the leaves last night were either too subtle to see from this distance or already blurred by the wind. The little radio on the windowsill was off. I turned its tiny dial with my free hand, static hissing and crackling as I slid past invisible stations. For a moment, there was nothing but noise, a harsh, empty sound, like the world breathing wrong. Then a weak country station came in, a man singing about losing his truck or his dog, or both, the melody thin and warbly, but at least recognizable. I left it there low enough not to intrude. I ate cereal again, standing at the table instead of sitting eyes drawn again and again to the map. Trail 9's line curved across it, innocent and small. The little star by the overlook stared up at me with its permanent marker, confidence. This is a good idea. The memory of the stone circle and the burned smell sat heavy in my stomach. Then there was the other memory, the gray shape on the path that had vanished by the time I looked back. The footprints in the leaves behind the cabin leading from my porch into the trees. No matching tracks coming back. Every sensible part of me said not to go back there. Avoid it. Take a different trail if I had to hike at all. Sit on the porch and read a book and pretend the woods were just a nice backdrop. I even told myself that out loud, you don't have to go back. But there is a stubborn part of the human brain that hates unresolved things more than it fears them. You see a pattern, you want to finish it. You see a door half open, you want to push it the rest of the way. I had seen something that looked like a bag, where no bag should be, and then it had stopped existing. My mind worried it like a tongue on a broken tooth. By the time I rinsed my bowl and set it in the sink, I knew exactly what I was going to do, no matter how much I argued with myself. I was going back to Trail 9. I told myself I would not go as far this time, just enough to prove that whatever I'd seen had a simple explanation, just enough to check. The drive to the trailhead felt shorter on the second day. Familiar bends, familiar potholes. The trees had not changed. The sky was the same low blanket of cloud threatening rain it could not be bothered to deliver. My phone still stared back at me with no service in the corner like a rebuke. The parking lot was not empty this time. My car's tires crunched over the same ruts as yesterday and pulled in beside another vehicle already parked there, an old pickup, the kind that has seen more winters than it should. It was a dull, muddy brown, whatever original color it had been, long since surrendered to rust and road grime. The plates on the back weren't New York's familiar combination of colors. Out of state, though, I could not read the exact lettering at the angle I parked. The bed of the truck was mostly hidden under a dark tarp strapped down with bungee cords. The tarp sagged slightly in the middle, suggesting the shape of whatever was beneath it, without really revealing anything. One corner flapped lazily in the breeze, snapping back against the side of the bed with a soft plastic smack. There was no one in the truck. I checked twice, peering through the driver's side window as I passed. No jacket thrown over the seat, no thermos in the cup holder, no keys dangling from the ignition. Just an old air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, faded into an unidentifiable shape. Whoever owned it was already somewhere on the trail. I told myself that was a good thing. Better to have other humans out here than not. Better to know someone else's boots were breaking the leaves a mile or so ahead. I locked my car even though the idea of anyone choosing my sedan over whatever was under that tarp seemed unlikely, and walked toward the trailhead sign. The woods greeted me with the same greenish muffled light as the day before. The wooden kiosk creaked as I passed its notices, shifting almost imperceptibly. The hunting season sign flashed in the corner of my vision. Wear bright colors. I glanced down at my dark jacket and jeans and almost turned back then. Almost. Once I crossed the threshold where gravel gave way to packed dirt and leaves, my world shrank to sound and breath and the stretch of trail ahead. The constant crunch of my boots became a metronome. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The air was colder than yesterday, or maybe I was just noticing it more. Each exhale hung in front of me for a few seconds, before dissolving a ghost version of my breath, leading the way and vanishing. Somewhere higher up, tree trunks creaked as they shifted in the faint wind that slow, ancient-grown wood makes when it has been bearing weight for too long. A woodpecker went to work somewhere off to my right. The rapid-fire tap, 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 a bright punctured rhythm against the duller background noise. I latched onto it without meaning to. It sounded so much like a clock, like something regular, mechanical, normal. The trail climbed. My body remembered the slope from the day before and adjusted more quickly this time, legs burning in a familiar way. The creek's voice faded in and out as the path curved away from it and back. My mind kept flicking forward, trying to guess where on the trail I had seen the gray shape. Every turn felt like it might be the one. It did not take as long as I expected. A few bends in 10 minutes, 15, I am not sure I came around a gentle curve and saw it. Not a hint, not an almost not something that might resolve into something else. It was just there. The gray duffel bag sat dead center on the trail, like it had been carefully placed there for maximum effect. Not a backpack, not a grocery sack, a duffel. Rectangular, made of canvas, thick enough that it held its shape. The fabric was a flat, ugly gray, the kind that hides stains. Black handles lay limp along the top, their edges shiny from use. A heavy zipper ran the length of its teeth, catching what little light filtered through the trees. It was scuffed along the sides, the kind of wear you get from being thrown into trunks and onto floors. But it was not filthy. There was no layer of ground-in dirt, no mold, no leaf litter stuck permanently to it. It looked used, but not abandoned, as if it belonged to someone who took it with them often. It was exactly where my feet would have fallen if I had not stopped. Every part of me wanted to back away. Instead, I stepped closer. 1, 2, 3 measured crunches of boots on leaves. My throat felt dry. When I swallowed, the sound seemed too loud inside my own head. Up close, details sharpened. There were faint, dark patches along one side, irregular shapes soaked into the canvas. Old stains or new ones, it was hard to tell. A fly drifted lazily around the end nearest me, landing for a second on the zipper pull before lifting off again. A second fly joined it, tracing a slow, shared orbit. The smell hit me a moment later, as the air I disturbed by walking forward pushed whatever was gathered there up toward my face. Rot is not a single smell. It has layers. This was thick and sweet and wrong, a cloying metallic tang undercut by something sour. It was the smell of raw meat left out in summer heat, of blood that had soaked into something porous and then never been properly cleaned. My nose tried to tell my brain it was just animal deer maybe, or some other kind of game, but there was an intimacy to it I recognized from hospital stories my sister had told when she had forgotten to censor herself. The smell of bodies when they stop being people and start being something else. I took a half step back, fighting a gag. Deer meat, I told myself. Hunters pack out their kills however they can. I had just read the sign, hunting season. Maybe someone had thrown chunks in here to take back to a truck, and then what left it in the middle of the trail while they went to get something else, gone for help. That part did not fit. Why leave it here? Why not off to the side under a tree? Why did it look like it had been there for days, but not picked up any moss, any dirt, any suggestion that the forest had started to claim it? I found myself moving anyway, walking a slow circle around it, boots scraping softly as I tried to see it from every angle without getting too close. The flies did not care about my presence. They climbed over the fabric, dipping into tiny seams, vanishing into folds and re-emerging. My hand drifted toward my pocket, then stopped halfway. I thought of taking a picture. Evidence. proof. Then I imagined explaining it to anyone in authority. I found a smelly bag on a trail and thought it was weird. They would ask why I opened it, why I touched it, why I did not simply walk away. The map in my jacket pocket crackled quietly as I shifted my weight. The woodpecker stopped, just stopped mid-pattern like someone had taken its batteries out. The absence of that tapping made the silence around me feel denser. Without quite deciding to, I crouched. The zipper pull hung from one end of the bag, a small, ordinary piece of metal wearing a halo of rust and grime. My fingers hovered over it for a second, then closed thumb and forefinger, pinching the cold metal. The forest breathed in. That is the best way I can describe it. The wind seemed to still. The faint sound of the creek went thin and distant. No branches creaked, no leaves rustled. The woodpecker remained silent. The only sound left was my own breathing, harsh and too fast in my ears, and the tiny gritty rasp of metal on metal as the zipper tab shifted slightly under the pressure of my fingers. I could feel my pulse in the pads of my fingertips, a tiny drumbeat against the smooth chill of the pull. A ridiculous thought floated up through the fear: if I unzip this, I can't zip it back up and pretend I didn't. The air smelled thicker here, heavy with that sweet, rotting scent. It burned the back of my throat when I inhaled. My eyes watered, whether from the fumes or from the strain of focusing so hard on something I absolutely did not want to see through to the end. I started to pull. Before the zipper could move, before the teeth could even think about parting, a voice behind me said, very calmly, in a tone you might use to correct a child, "That's mine." 3-3, the hunter who did not smile. My hand snapped away from the zipper like I had been burned. I spun around too fast, heel slipping slightly in the leaf mulch. For a split second, all I saw was trees blurring together and the dark tunnel of the trail behind me. Then he resolved out of that background exactly where the path narrowed between two trunks. He was close. Too close for how quiet he had been. Mid-40s, maybe early 50s. Weathered in that way people get from years of working outside, not in a gym tan way. His face was all planes and lines, cheeks a little hollow jaw stubbled with gray and brown. His eyes were pale, not blue exactly, more that washed-out color you see in old photographs, where the pupils get lost. They were set deep under the bill of a baseball cap, pulled low over his brow. Whatever logo had once been on it was so faded, it was just a darker ghost of thread. He wore a brown hunting jacket that might once have been tan before dirt and time got to it. Darker stains ringed the cuffs, irregular patches that looked like old grease or something else soaked in and dried. Faded jeans, the knees worn thin but not ripped. Heavy work boots with dried mud packed into the treads, flakes crumbling off onto the path as he shifted his weight. He did not look like a ghost. He looked exactly like the kind of man you would expect to see in these woods during hunting season. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. "That's mine," he said again. "Please don't touch it." His tone was flat, not angry, not even particularly urgent. The words came out evenly spaced, like he had practiced them in his head before saying them aloud. There was no "hey man" or "what are you doing?" No surprise, just a correction delivered almost politely. Sorry," I stammered. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears, too high and breathless. I thought maybe someone lost it. I was just... He stepped forward as I talked close enough that I had to shuffle sideways to give him room on the narrow trail. As he passed, the smell coming off the duffel spiked, filling my nose with that sweet, rotting stench. Underneath it briefly was another smell. Sweat, stale cigarette smoke. Something metallic. Him. Up close, I could see his hands. They were the hands of someone who used them for things other than typing big knuckle scars along the back's dirt ground into the lines. When he bent to grab the duffel handles, his fingers closed around them with a familiarity that made something in me go cold. He did not test the weight. He did not brace himself. He just lifted. The bag came off the ground with a thick, reluctant motion, like it did not want to leave the earth. Whatever was inside shifted with a dull, wet thump that I felt in my guts more than I heard with my ears. The canvas bulged slightly, then settled. The flies rose in a lazy cloud and then resettled on a different patch. For a second, the smell got worse, like someone had opened an oven and let all the trapped heat and scent blast out. Then strangely, it seemed to pull back, as if lifting the bag had sealed in some of it again. It was still there, but less in my face. More like a film on the air than a wave. "Meat," he said, straightening the bag hanging easily from his hand. "From this morning's kill. Waiting to take it back to my truck." The explanation landed between us with the same dull heaviness as whatever was in the bag. The morning was cold enough that my breath still showed when I exhaled. His didn't. The canvas of the duffel brushed my leg as he shifted it, and I felt warmth radiating off it, a soft, sick heat that did not match the air. "Right," I said automatically. "Right, sorry, it was in the middle of the trail. I thought maybe deer," he said, cutting me off without any real emphasis. He looked past me down the path, not at my face. "Gut pile draws coyotes if you leave it. Easier to pack it out this way." It was a plausible story. It was the story I had already half told myself walking up here. But up close, it did not line up with the details stacked in my head. Fresh kills do not usually smell like they have been rotting in a trunk for days. People who care enough to pack meat out do not drop the duffel in the exact center of a trail and walk away from it. My brain kept trying to catch his eyes. Each time he met my gaze for just a fraction of a second, and then slid away as if he found the trees behind me more interesting. There was no hostility in that, but there was something worse, disinterest. I felt less like a person who had almost interfered with his belongings, and more like a detail he was acknowledging because he had to. The forest around us was wrong too. When I had first heard him speak, I had been kneeling, every sense tuned to the sound of the zipper, the absence of birds, the stillness. Now, with another human right in front of me, the woods should have relaxed. They didn't. No birds started up. The wind that had been threading through the branches earlier seemed to be holding back. Even the background rush of the creek felt muted, like it was coming through a wall. The only sounds I could pick out clearly were my own breathing a little too fast, and the soft, thick slosh from inside the bag when he adjusted his grip. He turned his head a few degrees and looked in the direction of the trailhead. "You hiking back?" he asked. The words were neutral, but something in the way he said them made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. It was not the question itself. It was the way his mouth seemed to shape it a beat before the sound actually came out, just the slightest lag. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, I was just headed out. I'll get out of your way." My throat felt dry. I swallowed and tasted the memory of the bag's smell. The little rational part of my brain that still thought in work terms was screaming at me, "Disengage, exit, put distance between you and this situation." He tipped his chin, once a gesture that was not quite a nod. "All right," he said. "You have a good day now." It sounded like a phrase he had pulled whole from a script. Something you say to a stranger at a gas station or a cashier at a store. It did not match anything in his face. He did not smile. His lips stayed in that same almost neutral line, not downturned, not up. The pale eyes did not crinkle. They just watched. I stepped off the trail as much as I could to let him pass one boot sinking slightly into the soft shoulder. He walked by within arm's reach, the duffel swinging slightly at his side. Its motion was small, but heavy, like whatever was inside did not want to go with it. Another soft slosh, another ghost of that sick smell. As he went by, something caught my eye, mud caked thick in the treads of his boots, the blocky pattern familiar. Not in detail, but in shape. I had seen prints like that before on the porch step behind the cabin leading away from the house into the trees. I snapped my eyes up before he could catch me looking. "Be careful out here," I heard myself say, as if I were the one who knew the trail. He did not answer. He just kept walking, the brown of his jacket blending quickly with the trunks and shadows ahead. He moved downhill toward the overlooked duffel in hand steps measured and unhurried. His shoulders did not shift. He did not look back. I waited until there were a few yards between us, until I no longer felt the heat radiating off the bag. And then I turned in the opposite direction toward the trailhead. Away from him. Away from whatever he was carrying. Each step I took felt like it could snap the spell, like the forest would suddenly flood with sound again. Birds shouting, wind crashing, leaves rattling. It didn't. The quiet held. The only noise was the crunch of my boots, and fading behind me the soft, rhythmic thump of his footfalls. After a while, even those disappeared. I walked faster than I had meant to my planned casual exit, turning into a restrained, polite retreat. The trees on either side blurred into vertical bands as I kept my eyes fixed on the trail a few feet ahead. I did not look back right away. I told myself that if I did, I'd look like I was scared of him, and that would be stupid, and maybe it would make him decide I was worth paying more attention to. So I didn't. I counted my steps instead. I watched for the blaze marks on the trunks, the familiar curves of the path. I listened for the signs that the world was returning to normal, a bird, a breeze, anything. They came back in tiny increments, the woodpecker or another like. It started up again somewhere off to the left, tentative at first, and then more confident. The creek's murmur got louder as the trail dropped. A squirrel made a brief, chaotic dash through the underbrush. Normal forest sounds as if nothing had happened. It could not have been more than a minute before the curiosity broke through the fear. A minute and change, maybe. Long enough to put some distance between us, not long enough for him to have gone far. Just a quick check, I told myself. Make sure he's still there. Make sure he's real and not something you half-dreamed with your hand on a zipper. I slowed pulse, pounding a little faster again, and finally turned my head to look back up the trail. The path behind me stretched away in a gentle, familiar curve, a narrow, pale strip between darker trunks. I could see a good long section of it all the way to where it bent out of sight. The undergrowth on either side rustled faintly with small animal life. A shaft of weak light cut down through a gap in the canopy, highlighting a patch of damp leaves. There was no one there. No brown jacket, no faded jeans, no pale, washed-out face under a cap, no gray duffel bag swinging by someone's side, just empty trail. He should have still been in sight. There were no intersecting paths, no obvious cut-throughs into the woods that did not involve fighting through dense brush and deadfall. Even if he had stepped off the trail for some reason, I should have been able to see a flicker of movement, a hint of shape between the trunks. There was nothing. I stood in the middle of the path, listening hard, trying to catch any hint of his presence, breath, footstep, the wet thump of the bag, a branch snapping. The forest gave me everything but that. Birds, wind, the distant chuckle of water over rocks. My own heart, loud and insistent. If it were just this moment, I could have written it off as a trick of timing. People move more quickly than we think. Trails bend. Maybe he had taken some hunter's shortcut I could not see. Maybe he had simply rounded a curve at just the right moment for us to lose line of sight. But I remembered the way he had appeared behind me without a sound close enough to touch. I remembered the bag on the trail yesterday, and then not. I remembered the footprints in the leaves behind the cabin leading away from the house and into the trees with no return. I turned back toward the trailhead and did not look over my shoulder again until the wooden kiosk and my car were in sight. 4-1. Trying to walk it off. When I turned back toward the trailhead after not seeing him on the trail, my legs did not feel like they belonged to me. They moved anyway, automatic, the way your body keeps going after your brain has thrown both hands in the air. My boots bit into the dirt and leaves with more force than before, each step a little too heavy, like I was trying to stomp my way back to safety. My water bottle was slick against my palm, the condensation on the plastic mixing with sweat. I swapped it from hand to hand just to feel like I was doing something. Don't run, I told myself. Running looks guilty. Running looks scared. Just walk. Walking is normal. The problem was, I did not feel normal. My skin buzzed with leftover adrenaline from the encounter. My mouth was dry tongue sticking to the roof of it, even though I kept swallowing. I could feel my heartbeat in stupid places, throat fingertips, that tender spot behind my ears. Every part of me was tuned sharply to the space behind my back. He's just a weird hunter, I told myself in a steady, scolding tone. That's all. Weird people end up in small towns like this all the time. He doesn't owe you a smile and a friendly chat. You're the outsider. You're the one crouched over a stranger's bag like an idiot. I tried to believe that image me as the awkward city guy overreacting to a gruff local who just wanted to get on with his day. It almost worked if I did not think too hard about the smell or the warmth of the duffel or the way his lines came out like they were preloaded into his mouth. My boots made a steady sound on the trail, crunch, crunch, crunch. That was all there was at first. The rhythm was something to hold on to. I counted a few dozen steps like that, focusing on the feel of the ground through the soles damp in places, gritty in others. My breath puffed out in small clouds that drifted ahead of me and vanished. Then something else slipped into the pattern. It was faint at first, so soft I thought it was just an echo. Another set of footfalls threaded themselves into the space between mine. Not perfectly aligned, just a hair off. Where my right foot landed, there would be a tiny delay, and then a second lighter crunch somewhere behind me. Left, then a beat, then another. Like someone was walking my exact path a few seconds out of sync. I told myself it was the wind, the trees, the sound of my own steps bouncing off trunks and coming back with just enough lag to sound separate. I walked another 20-30 feet, listening harder. The second rhythm stayed with me always at that barely there volume, never catching up, never falling away. I stopped. The forest stopped with me. My boots went silent. So did the second set of steps. The only sounds left were the faint murmur of the creek somewhere downslope and the distant intermittent creak of a high branch swaying in the wind. No lingering crunch, no one taking one extra step by accident. I stood there in the middle of the trail and stared straight ahead because turning around suddenly felt like more commitment than I was willing to make. My neck prickled with the conviction that if I did, he'd be standing there, cap low, bag in hand, expression blank. Or worse, he wouldn't. And somehow that felt worse. Hello. I called, my voice pitching higher on the last syllable than I liked. Someone back there. The sound went out and got swallowed. No answering voice. No yeah or behind you or even a hunter's irritated grunt. just the forest reorganizing itself around the disturbance I'd made. A crow called once overhead a single rough caw that might as well have been laughter. "If you're there, I'm just headed out," I added, hating how eager it sounded. Not bothering anybody. Silence again. The crow did not repeat itself. The sensible thing would have been to turn slowly, calmly, and see that there was nobody on the trail, just my own footprints in the soft spots. But some other older instinct clamped down on that urge. I kept my eyes fixed on the strip of dirt and leaves in front of my boots and started walking again. The second rhythm started too. Crunch, beat, crunch, crunch, beat, crunch. My shoulders tightened. My muscles wanted to do contradictory things, hunch to make myself smaller, spread to make myself bigger. The back of my jacket felt too thin, as if the fabric wasn't enough armor between my spine and whatever might be observing it. I tried to outsmart whatever this was, not in any brave way, just in the petty, anxious way you test whether your imagination is messing with you. After another dozen steps, I abruptly cut a small slant off the trail to my left, planting my foot hard, where the edge dropped into thicker leaves, then hopped back onto the center path in the next stride. The sounds answered. My own detour made a crunch that was louder, leafier. A heartbeat after, behind me, something stepped too. It sounded similar, but not identical, like someone copying a move after seeing it and landing just a bit off. The second step back into the trail came a fraction of a second after mine. I did not like that at all. "Seriously," I said, breath fogging in front of me as I walked. "If you're there, you can just say something. I'll be out of your way in a minute." Nothing answered but my own breathing and that thin trailing echo of someone else's. The woodpecker that had hammered away earlier was gone again. No deer crashed through the brush. No branches snapped outright. The world had narrowed to me, the trail and that not quite matching pattern at my back. I felt exposed in a way I hadn't at the overlook or at the bag. There at least I had been focused on a single point, a single object. Here everything was potential threat, every tree trunk a place someone could stand behind, every dip in the ground somewhere a person could step off and wait. I kept catching glimpses of my own shadow slanting across roots and convincing myself for an instant that it belonged to someone else. The mental picture of him kept intruding, the washed-out eyes, the jacket stained in a way I could not stop reading as old blood. The duffel swinging with a weight that did not feel like venison. I imagined him walking just out of sight, 50, 60 feet back, matching my steps, that bag in his hand, face blank. Or not matching. Lagging. Waiting. I forced my hand toward my pocket, fingers clumsy on the glass as I fished my phone out. The lock screen woke up with a familiar glow, too bright in the dim shade of the trees. No service, it said at the top, as expected. The time under it made me blink. I could have sworn I'd glanced at it not long before. The hike back from where I'd met him did not feel long enough to justify what the numbers were telling me. According to the phone, almost an hour had passed since I'd first turned away from the spot where the duffel had been. It did not fit. The trail was not that long. My sense of how far I'd walked, how long my legs had been working, argued with the cold, digital certainty on the screen. For a second, I had the vertigo feeling you get when you go down a flight of stairs in the dark and misjudge the number of steps your foot hitting a landing your brain didn't expect. Glitch, I muttered, staring at the glowing digits. Stupid thing's been trying to reconnect and lost track. It was as good an explanation as any. Phones did weird things in bad reception all the time. They froze, they jumped, they drained their own batteries, searching for signals that weren't there. But the unease burrowed in anyway. Time hiccups belong in stories, not hikes. They belong to people who tell you they lost an hour on the road and woke up miles away with no memory of driving there. I did not want to be that person. I did not want to be telling my story from that script. Behind me, another faint crunch of leaves just off my step. I locked the phone and shoved it back into my pocket like I was shoving the thought away with it. The cold rectangle of it thumped lightly against my leg with each stride. I fixed my gaze on the idea of the trailhead kiosk of my car sitting in the dirt lot, like a lifeline solid and stupid and familiar. Almost there, I lied to myself. Just walk. Don't make this into something it isn't. The woods did not argue. They also didn't agree. They just listened and followed one half step behind. 4.2. Confirming he is being followed. The more I told myself to calm down, the faster I walked. At some point, the careful, measured pace I had started with turned into something close to a speed walk. My boots bit harder into the dirt, each impact jarring up through my knees. The cold air burned a little going in and came out in thicker clouds, each exhale a pale burst that hung in front of me before shredding in the stillness. The trail felt narrower than it had on the way up. In places, thorny brush leaned in on both sides, bare branches dragging along my pant legs as I pushed through. Once, a wet branch slapped cold against my wrist, where my jacket sleeve rode up, making me flinch like something had grabbed me. Behind my own footsteps, the second rhythm grew clearer. It was not my echo. I knew that now. I could hear the texture of it, leaves crushed in a slightly different pattern, twigs protesting in a higher register. It kept that same distance, never closer than what I guessed was 20 or 30 feet, never far enough to fade completely. Every now and then, when the trail curved just right, it sounded a little off to one side instead of directly behind, like whoever was walking was trying out slightly different lines. The woodpecker was gone again. The creek had dropped far enough away that its sound was just a low murmur, easy to ignore. The wind seemed to have decided we did not need its company. All that was left was the double beat of boots and the faint, dry rasp of my own breath. Crunch, beat, crunch, crunch, beat, crunch. I tried to force my brain back into the reasonable explanation lane. Hunters follow people sometimes so they do not startle each other. Maybe he had decided to go back toward the trailhead too, and I was just the slower one. Maybe he thought I was the weird one and did not feel like talking. Maybe all of this was just me layering paranoia on top of coincidence. Then I heard a different sound, one that did not fit the rhythm. Behind me, somewhere in that same band of distance, there was a soft, heavy thud. Not like a footstep, more like something solid being set down on the ground. A beat of silence, then another smaller shuffle, and the dry whisper of leaves sliding as it was picked back up. I did not have to turn to picture it. The duffel. He had shifted it from one hand to the other, or rested it on the ground for a second, and then lifted it again. The image slid into my mind, with disgusting ease, the canvas buckling as it hit the trail, the unseen weight sloshing thickly inside. The rational explanation was starting to feel smaller by the step. I needed to know if this was real or if my brain had finally chewed through its leash. The idea of just keeping my back turned and hoping for the best had reached its limit. At the same time, the thought of simply stopping in the middle of the trail, turning around, and staring down whoever was behind me felt suicidal. So I compromised. I cheated. Up ahead, the path passed close to a tree that had to be twice my age, its trunk wider than I could have wrapped my arms around. Its roots thrust up through the dirt on the uphill side, leaving a shallow hollow between them and the slope. On impulse, I stepped forward like normal until I was nearly beside it. Then, in one quick motion, I veered off the trail, ducked behind the trunk, and flattened myself into that pocket. The bark was rough and cold against my back. I pressed into it anyway, trying to make myself as small as possible. Dead leaves crunched under my boots as I shifted my weight, then settled. I forced my breathing to slow, clamping my lips shut so I would not accidentally gasp out loud. My heart did not get the memo. It slammed against my ribs so hard I was sure it had to be audible, some drumbeat the whole forest could hear. The trail from here was just a slice of tan and brown visible past the edge of the tree, like I was peeking into a hallway from behind a door. I could not see far, just the stretch where I had been seconds before, a bit beyond, a bit behind. For a few moments, nothing moved. The double rhythm of footsteps stopped the instant I did, as perfectly aligned as before. The silence that followed felt deliberate, like someone holding their breath on the other side of a thin wall. Then, very quietly, came the crunch of leaves. One step, then another, then another. A shape slid into view along the trail where I had just been walking. It was him. Same brown jacket, same faded jeans, same cap pulled low. He walked with the same unhurried, steady gait as before, as if this was just a stroll, as if there was no reason to hurry or hide. The duffel hung from his right hand now, instead of his left strap cutting into his palm. He passed the spot where I'd sheared off into the trees and kept going for a few yards, boots making that measured sound on the packed dirt. Then he slowed. Stopped. He stood almost exactly in the place I'd just vacated, maybe a foot or two beyond, and turned his head slightly toward the tree line. Toward me. The cap's bill cast a shadow over his eyes so I could not see where they landed, but the line of his face angled in my direction. Not a full look. Not a head-on confrontation. Just a tilt like you give when you hear something you are not sure about and want to check if there is anything worth your attention in that direction. I held my breath until my chest hurt. From this distance, with the trail between us and the tree shielding most of my body, I doubted he could see more than a smudge of darker bark and shadow. But prey animals freeze when they sense a predator, even if they are well hidden. It is not about logic. It is about something older humming in your bones. He did not call out. He did not say he knew I was there. He just stood listening. With all the house sounds stripped away, the forest had its own version of silence, the kind full of tiny noises you only notice when you are trying very hard not to make any. I could hear my pulse in my ears. Under that, after a moment, I picked up another sound breath. Not mine. His. It was slow and heavy, not labored exactly, but deliberate. Inhale. Exhale. Each cycle a little hiss through his nose, a soft lift and drop of his chest under the jacket. The duffel strap creaked faintly as his fingers tightened and loosened on it, canvas rubbing against calloused skin. Nothing else spoke. No birds, no squirrels. The woodpecker had not returned. Even the far-off creek seemed to have turned its volume down. The world had narrowed to the space between that tree and the trail. Then, in a normal conversational tone, pitched as if he were commenting on the weather, to someone standing right beside him, he said he saw it. I know he saw it. The words were not for me, or rather, they were not to me. He did not raise his voice or angle his head toward my hiding place. It sounded like he was addressing someone walking at his shoulder, someone occupying the empty air. Cold slid down my spine in a clean line. I had not opened the bag. My hand had touched the zipper, yes, but I had not so much as peeled back a tooth. Whatever was inside remained out of sight, and yet he was speaking about it as if he'd watched me peer all the way in. For one brief, insane second, I wondered if there was another version of me out here, one who had pulled the zipper all the way around, who had gotten a good look, and that was who he was talking about. Maybe in some other branch of this day, I had not jerked my hand away in time, and this man was walking with that echo in his head instead of mine. He stood there for a couple more breaths after he said it. Then he shifted his grip on the duffel, the strap squeaking softly. Without looking back at the trunk where I was pressed, he started walking again. This time he did not head uphill toward the overlook. He did not turn downstream toward the trailhead and the parking lot either. At a barely noticeable fork, a place where a faint, unmarked track veered off to the right through thinner underbrush, he stepped off the main trail like he had done it 1,000 times. The duffel swung lightly at his side as if it weighed nothing. His shoulders did not so much as hitch. The angle of that side path was unmistakable. It did not lead to the road where my car sat. It cut across the slope in the general direction of the cabin. I watched him go as far as I could, the brown of his jacket quickly dissolving into the vertical lines of the trees. For a moment, I saw the pale arc of his wrist as he adjusted the bag. Then he was gone, swallowed by the woods as completely as if he had stepped through a door and closed it behind him. Only after he vanished did the other sounds start to creep back in. A single bird call, hesitant. The faint, normal rustle of dry leaves shifting under a tiny animal. The whisper of air moving through high branches. I stayed pinned to the trunk for a long time, counting breaths before I trusted my legs enough to step back onto the trail. 4-3, wrong turn toward the ranger station. When I finally peeled myself off the tree and stepped back onto the trail, my legs felt like they were made of somebody else's bad decisions. The path back toward the trailhead lay open in front of me, a simple ribbon of dirt and leaves I had walked twice already. Under normal circumstances, it would have been the obvious only choice. You go out the way you came in. You follow the rules. You get in your car and you go home. But my brain kept replaying what I had just seen, the hunter stepping off the main path. Like it was nothing, taking that faint sidetrack that angled not toward the parking lot, but toward the general direction of my sister's cabin. The way he had said, he saw it. I know he saw it to empty air. The way the duffel barely seemed to weigh anything in his hand. If he circled back, if there were more little side paths I did not know about. If this whole piece of forest was a loop he understood, and I didn't, I could walk right into him again without realizing it until I was too close to do anything but smile and nod and pretend we were just two guys enjoying the great outdoors. Every horror story I had ever read about people going back the way they came flashed through my head. None of them ended well. Images jostled with actual practical memories. One of them surfaced the trail map spread on my sister's table coffee ring on one corner, her notes in yellow highlighter. There had been near the bottom edge of the section she'd circled for me a thinner gray line branching off from Trail 9. Not one of the numbered loops. It had been labeled in small, bureaucratic print, Service Access. Somewhere along it near the margin was a tiny square and the words, Old Ranger STN. In my head, that building had been just a label, a relic from when these projects had more funding, a place with a roof and maybe a radio. Now it was suddenly something else, an alternate exit. Another way to touch a road that was not the one where the hunter's truck sat. Service road, I whispered to myself. Authorized vehicles only. The words from the map floated up like they were printed on the inside of my skull. Get to that, then figure it out. The idea felt thin and desperate, which made it perfect. Desperation is still a kind of plan. I started walking, but this time I watched the sides of the trail as much as I watched the dirt under my boots, hunting for some sign of that service access. Not the faint, almost secret track he had taken, that one I had no interest in following, but something slightly more official. An old roadbed, a post, a sign. After a few minutes, I saw it. On my right half, swallowed by undergrowth, an old wooden stake stuck up from the ground at an angle. The board nailed to it had once been white. Now it was the color of dirty dishwater, the edges going soft with rot. Faded black letters marched across it. Service access, authorized vehicles only. The arrow beneath pointed down a path that looked more like a suggestion than an invitation. It was narrower than the main trail and choked in places by ferns and saplings trying to take the space back. The ground beyond the sign dipped slightly, the hint of what might once have been a tire track, now just a shallow, leaf-filled rut. If I stayed on Trail 9, I would head straight for the trailhead, the kiosk, the parking lot, and the empty space where his truck might or might not still be. If I took the service road, there was a chance it connected to some other piece of infrastructure, an access road, a fire lane, anything. Something closer to the old ranger station on the map. Something I could follow back to a paved road without having to pass him again. The choice did not really feel like a choice. I turned and ducked under the sagging sign, stepping onto the narrower path. The difference was immediate. The main trail had been worn into firmness by countless hikers. This one felt forgotten. My boots sank slightly into older, wetter leaves. The sound they made was different, less crisp crunch, more soft, damp squelch, like walking on a loose, soggy sponge. The air felt cooler here, maybe because it dipped into a shallow cut between small rises. The canopy overhead seemed a little denser too, turning the light a thicker, darker green. The usual forest noise was thinner on this side road. No woodpecker, no chatty birds in the bushes. The wind still moved through the high branches, making them hiss and creak, but below that level, things felt subdued. Every time the breeze eased, there was a moment of almost total stillness that made the tiny sounds I made, jacket rustling, bottle bumping against my side, seem too big. I kept listening for the second set of steps anyway. Every few strides, I would pause and let my ears stretch backward along the path I'd just come. Sometimes the wind would fill the gaps with its own white noise. Sometimes in those little pockets of calm, I thought I heard something else. Not the neat, measured crunch of boots on packed dirt this time. Something longer, more ambiguous. A faint dragging like a heavy object being bumped along the ground and caught now and then on roots. Not constant. Just a suggestion at the edge of hearing the way you think you hear your name in a crowd. Imagination, I told myself. Wind. Old branches shifting. Nothing. The path twisted lazily through the trees, always angling in the same general direction. The idea of the map anchored me. I could see its lines in my head, the service access curling outward from Trail 9 like a vein. I told myself that if I kept following this logic, demanded I would eventually hit something built by humans. 10 minutes slid by. Maybe 15. Time had started to feel unreliable back on the main trail, and out here that sense of slippage returned in small ways. I would think I had been walking for only a few breaths, then glance back and see how far the path behind me had shrunk. Or I'd be convinced I had been out here for half an hour, then check the weak light and realize the angle of it had barely changed. Signs of human presence began to sneak back in, not as sudden revelations, but as small, disconnected details. The first was a straight line where there shouldn't have been one. Through the trees to my left, I caught a glimpse of something vertical and unnaturally uniform metal, not wood. At another bend, I saw it more clearly, a tilted antenna maybe 10 or 12 feet high, bolted to a metal pole that had started to lean as the earth around it shifted. The antenna's elements were corroded, some of them broken off entirely, jutting into the air like the ribs of a rusted skeleton. A little further on, a flash of dull silver between the trunks, resolved into the edge of a metal roof. It sloped at an angle I recognized from low functional buildings, the kind designed for utility, not aesthetics. The roof was speckled with dark patches of moss and old leaves that had gathered and rotted in the dips. Another turn, and a horizontal line cut across my view. For a second, a wooden railing, or what was left of one. Two posts, one leaning, held up a gray board with splintered edges. Beyond it, I thought I saw the hint of a deck. "You're close," I murmured this time, not to soothe myself, but to keep the last shreds of my nerve from shredding. Ranger station, service road, civilization. The trees thinned. The ground under my feet became less soft. My boots hit something harder, the feel of compacted gravel under the leaves instead of pure soil. The path widened almost imperceptibly enough that I noticed I could walk without brushing my shoulders against saplings. The smell in the air shifted too, picking up a faint tang of old fuel and weathered wood. Then the service path opened into a clearing. It was not a big one, maybe the size of a couple of small yards stitched together, but compared to the enclosed tunnel of the forest, it felt exposed. The grass that had once been mowed here was now knee-high, in places browned and flattened in others by snow and rain. A cracked asphalt pad lay under part of it, edges disappearing under encroaching weeds. On that pad sat the ranger station. It wasn't much to look at, a single-story rectangular building, vinyl siding gone dull and grimy windows shuttered with metal from the inside. The roof I had seen glimpses of was real and intact, though a few shingles along the edge dangled loose. There was a small porch with 3 steps and a railing, the boards warped from weather. A heavy door stood at the top, closed, a "No Public Access" sign bolted to it, and bleached almost white by the sun. To one side of the building, a tall radio mast climbed higher than the tree line, its cables humming faintly in the breeze. A couple of old floodlights sagged from brackets near the corners of the structure, pointed at nothing. The whole place had the feeling of something that had not been used in a long time, but had not quite been abandoned either. Infrastructure in limbo. For a few seconds, my stomach actually loosened. A human-made box with walls and a door, even a locked one, is a powerful symbol after the chaos of trees. A functional-looking antenna power lines running down into the ground. These were reminders that the outside world still existed. Then I saw the truck. It was parked half-hidden behind the station, nose pointed toward the back wall, as if trying to tuck itself out of sight. From where I stood at the edge of the clearing, I could see only the rear 3/4 of it, the tailgate, the back wheels, part of the cab. It was the same dull, muddy brown as the one at the trailhead. Same make and model, as far as I could tell from outlines and rust patterns. The bed was loaded under a dark tarp, held down with bungee cords, the surface sagging in familiar lumps. Here, miles from the trailhead, buried deeper in the woods, under a sign that explicitly said, "Authorized vehicles only," sat what looked like the same truck I'd left behind in a dirt lot you were supposed to reach on foot. There was no road visible leading into the clearing. The asphalt under the truck's tires was as cracked and eaten away by roots as the rest. If there was a proper service lane, it was hidden by trees I had not seen any break in. The air around the station felt different, not just cooler, but denser, like the clearing held its own pressure system. The wind seemed to skirt it, rushing through the treetops at the edge, and then thinning as it crossed the open space. My next breath tasted like old exhaust and dust over something else, something thin and metallic just beneath the surface. For the first time since leaving the main trail, I wanted to be back on it. 5.1. The building that still remembered voices up close. The ranger station looked less like an official building and more like a shed someone had once cared about and then forgotten. From the edge of the clearing, I had thought the siding was vinyl, that generic Park Service beige you see everywhere. Standing on the cracked asphalt with the grass brushing my shins, I could see I had been wrong. It was wood planks overlapping, painted a green that must once have matched the surrounding pines. Now the paint peeled in long curls, exposing gray, swollen boards underneath. In places, the wood had warped, bowing out slightly, as if the building had been breathing slowly for years. A shallow porch clung to the front, 3 steps up from the pad. The rail along one side had broken at some point. It hung at an angle, one end still nailed to a post, the other resting on the porch floor, leaving a gap big enough for someone to fall through if they were careless. The porch boards themselves were cupped, and splintered nails rusted to orange freckles. The windows were rectangles of dull glass, dust softened and webbed with old spider silk. Dead insects dotted the corners. One pane near the front door had a crack-running edge to edge a pale, jagged line that made the whole sheet look like it was holding its breath. Another window on the side had a fist-sized hole near the bottom, jagged edges of glass still clinging to the frame. Behind the building, half hidden by a stand of scrubby saplings, sat the truck. From this angle, I could see the whole thing. It was the same muddy brown as the one in the trailhead parking lot, the same rough silhouette. Dried splatters of dirt caked the lower panels, flung up in arcs from the tires. The rear bumper was dented slightly in the middle, like it had backed into something solid a long time ago. The bed was still under that dark tarp, bulging in uneven shapes, bungee cords hooked tight over the sides. The spot where the license plate should have been was just a blank, grime-scuffed space. Either it had fallen off, or it had never been there. From where I stood, I could not see any metal rectangle at all, just 2 small, empty screw holes. The truck was not running. There was no plume of exhaust from the tailpipe, no obvious vibration. But as I listened, the clearing so still around me, I heard a faint, intermittent ticking, the sound of metal cooling after being heated, tiny contractions, popping somewhere deep in the engine block. It was the kind of sound you can ignore easily in a busy parking lot. Here, where not even birds were talking, it was loud. That was what bothered me most, the silence. You would think that stepping out from under the trees into an open space would make the world louder, the sky visible again, the wind with more room birds happy to have a vantage point. Instead, the clearing felt like the center of a held breath. The sky above was a flat slate, no sun, no obvious breaks in the cloud. The wind moved around the top of the trees at the edge, making them sway and hiss, but when it reached the open stretch over the station, it faltered, dwindling to a weak sigh. No bird song, no insect buzz, just the faint metallic creak of a cable on the radio mast, and that soft, irregular tick from the cooling truck. I found myself moving not because I had decided to, but because standing still in the middle of that stillness felt like being under a spotlight. My boots scuffed across the cracked asphalt, the sound weirdly clear. Instead of heading straight for the porch, I skirted around the side, keeping one eye on the truck, like it might lunge if I turned my back on it. Around the back of the building, the ground dipped slightly. A concrete slab extended a few feet from the wall, stained with old oil spills and leaf shadows. Here was a second door, narrower than the one at the front, the kind used by staff when they do not want to deal with the public. The upper half of it was glass in a metal frame, or had been glass. Most of it was gone now. Sharp-edged shards still clung to the bottom of the window teeth in a broken jaw. The rest glittered on the slab in scattered pieces mixed with dirt and dead leaves. Someone had either punched or kicked it out from one side or the other. The metal latch above it was twisted into a shape that suggested the damage had not been accidental. The interior beyond was a dim, muddled space, vague shapes of furniture, a strip of floor, a wall to the right. No movement that I could see, no faces, no duffel bag. I hesitated on the threshold, one hand on the frame. This was the line between outside and inside, between things that could be wind and things that had to be deliberate. Stepping over it meant choosing to be in a place someone else had once claimed. Then again, so did staying in a cabin that wasn't mine in woods, that weren't mine on a trail where a man had spoken about me in past tense. I lifted my boot and nudged it gently through the broken glass. Shards shifted, crunching under the sole with a sound so sharp and bright it made my teeth hurt. It was the loudest thing I had heard since the engine ticks. Authorized vehicles only, I muttered, as if saying the phrase again would conjure a ranger with a badge and a radio. Nobody appeared. I stepped inside. The air in the station hit me like opening an old attic. It was stale and thick, carrying layers of smells, dust, damp, wood, mold, mouse droppings. Under all that was a fainter, older trace of something sharper, coffee cleaning chemicals, the ghosts of 100 lunches eaten at desks. It was the scent of a place that had been busy once, and then left alone long enough for nature to start taking it back without entirely succeeding. The main room was rectangular, lit by gray light leaking through the dirty windows. Faded linoleum covered the floor in patches, the rest bare plywood. Against one wall was a long counter with a faded laminate top, a couple of office chairs on wheels tucked behind it. On the far side stood a row of filing cabinets, their paint chipped some drawers slightly ajar like they had been rifled through and never fully closed. Cobwebs connected corners and edges, catching dust. On the wall behind the counter hung a giant corkboard layered with maps and notices. The maps were of the area, topographical squiggles showing ridges and valleys, the trails marked in colored lines. Trail 9 wound through more than one of them. Little colored pins still stuck into places along the routes, red, yellow, blue, whatever system the staff had used to keep track of something. Some had fallen out and lay on the floor, their plastic heads dulled. An old coffee mug sat on the counter near a stack of papers. It had a faded cartoon bear on it and the words, "Smokey says only you." Inside, a ring of brown residue circled the bottom, dried into a hard glaze. A spoon lay beside it, stained the same color halfway up its bowl, as if someone had stirred a final cup and set it down with every intention of coming back. The place remembered being occupied. That was the feeling I got. Not haunted in the ghost story sense, but haunted by routine, by conversations, phone calls, rangers coming and going in muddy boots, radios crackling, weather reports pinned to boards. Now all of that energy had been drained out, leaving the set behind. I moved slowly, careful where I put my feet. The building amplified small sounds. Each step was a hollow thump, followed by a creak in some distant beam. Somewhere in the walls, something small scurried at my intrusion and then went still. On the bulletin board nearest the door, along with the maps, were pinned notices in various stages of fading. One flyer, printed on bright paper that had bleached to a ghost of its original color, talked about increased hiker traffic on Trail 9. Be aware of parking overflow. The date at the top was from several years ago, before my sister had moved here. The text below mentioned additional patrols, extra trash pickup, the need to maintain a friendly presence with visitors. Underneath it, pinned at a slightly crooked angle, was a piece of paper I knew before I even fully focused on it. The missing hiker. Same grayscale photo. Same name. Same words. Last seen near Trail 9 trailhead. The paper here had gone more yellow than the one at the gas station, the edges starting to curl inward. Someone had underlined the location again in pen, the ink faded to a sickly brown. Gas station, my fridge, my sister's cookbook. Now here in an office miles into the woods. His face stared out from each of those places, copied and recopied, until it had become part of the scenery. I tore my eyes away from it, suddenly afraid that if I looked too long, I would start to see my own features in the grainy print. A narrow doorway to the right of the counter led into a smaller side office. The door was propped open with a cardboard box full of old pamphlets about fire safety and trail etiquette. The air in there was, if anything, staler. No windows, just a rectangular room with 2 desks, a filing cabinet, and a whiteboard on the wall. The desks were still cluttered stacks of forms, a couple of 3-ring binders with cracked spines, a radio handset lying on its side, dead. A jacket hung on the back of one chair, coated in a thin film of dust, as if someone had left it there on a warm day and then never needed it again. The whiteboard took up most of the wall opposite the door. Old handwriting ghosted across it in marker colors that had all faded into the same pale blue-gray. Some of it was just numbers and dates, shift schedules, inventory notes, weather forecasts. Over that, in slightly darker strokes, a few phrases remained legible. Avoid late-season solo hikers. The rest of that line was rubbed enough that I had to squint, angling my head to catch the light just right. Report unaccounted vehicles near Trail 9. The words sat there faint but undeniable, worming into my brain. Avoid late-season solo hikers. That was me down to the letter. Report unaccounted vehicles near Trail 9. My mind flipped through images: the old truck at the trailhead with out-of-state plates, the same or identical truck hidden behind the station, no plate at all from this angle. It did not read like a policy written by a committee. It felt like something someone had scrawled quickly to remind their co-workers, hey, this is a pattern. Watch for this. Say something if you see it. The rest of the board was wiped in hasty streaks, the eraser marks uneven, as if whoever had been cleaning it had run out of time or patience. The phrase I had just read was one of the few things left intact, as if they had meant to erase it, and then decided to leave it just for now. The whole station felt like that, caught mid-transition. Not in use, but not properly shut down. A place that still remembered voices, even though the people who made them were gone. I realized, standing in that small office with the whiteboard humming in my head, that I was breathing through my mouth. The dust in the air tasted old chalky. Under it was another flavor I did not like naming, something metallic and faintly sour, threading through the building like a second, thinner atmosphere. Outside, the engine ticking from the truck had stopped. 5.2. Under the cot. The whiteboard message was still echoing in my head when I realized I was not alone out here. The ticking from the truck had stopped. In that vacuum, another sound filtered in from outside, a faint, irregular rustle of leaves, distant enough that I could almost pretend it was the wind. Almost. Then it came again, sharper this time, a sequence of definite crunches with a rhythm that belonged to feet, not breeze. Every nerve in me lit up at once. Standing in the side office, surrounded by old memos and dead radios, I suddenly became acutely aware of how visible I was if anyone stepped through the back door and looked down the short hall. There were no blinds here, no curtains, nowhere to vanish if a silhouette filled the doorway. My first instinct was to go back out the way I came, slip through the broken glass, and sprint for the tree line, put the building and the truck and everything else behind me. Then I pictured stepping out onto that concrete slab just as he rounded the corner, duffel swinging, eyes pale under the cap. The thought of being caught in that gap between inside and outside, halfway through a broken doorway with nowhere to duck, locked my legs where they were. If I couldn't get out, I needed to get smaller. I backed out of the office, moving as quietly as I could manage, and slipped into the main room again. From here, I could see a short hallway extending deeper into the building, 3 doors on one side and one on the other, all open a few inches, like mouths not quite closed. A faint current of colder air drifted from that direction, carrying a smell of old blankets and something sour. The footsteps outside were closer now, moving around the building rather than away from it. Leaves compressed under something heavy, then released. The sound came in bursts, a few steps, and then a pause, like whoever was out there, whoever was taking their time. I chose a door at random, the second one on the right, drawn to it by the glimpse of metal bars through the crack. I slipped inside and found myself in a small bunk room. 2 metal cots stood against opposite walls, their frames painted the same institutional gray as the filing cabinets outside. The paint had flaked off in places, exposing spots of rust. Thin mattresses sagged in their centers, stained with old sweat and other things I did not want to identify. A narrow locker squatted between them, its door hanging open, nothing inside but a desiccated spider nest and an empty boot print of dust. The air in here was close, the lingering smell of bodies long gone baked into the fabric of the place. It hit me as a sour, flat odor layered over dust and the sharp tang of old metal. I had just enough time to register it before the building itself made a noise that froze me in place. Somewhere in the walls overhead, there was a mechanical creak, a long, slow complaint of pipes or ducts shifting as if something had changed in the pressure flow. It started as a low groan, climbed into a higher whining note, then cut off like someone had closed a valve. The silence that followed felt deliberate, as if the structure were listening. A heartbeat later, from outside, the crunch of leaves deepened into a clear, direct rhythm. Whoever was moving around out there had stopped picking their way and started walking with purpose. I didn't think. I dropped. My knees hit the splintered floor hard enough to send a jolt up my thighs. I turned sideways, shoved my shoulder under the nearest cot, and wriggled the rest of the way in, dragging my jacket along the gritty wood. Dust rose in a thin, choking cloud, and cobwebs smeared across my face and sleeves, sticky threads clinging. Something small and dry, an ancient bug husk or mouse dropping, crackled under my chest. From floor level, the room rearranged itself into a narrow strip of reality. The underside of the cot frame was a lattice of metal slats and rust spots inches from my nose. Beyond that, a low band of floor, the legs of the locker, the gap under the door, a rough-edged rectangle of dim light leading to the hall. My heart was pounding so hard that each beat seemed to lift my ribs off the floor. I pressed my palms flat against the boards, willing them to absorb the tremor. Breathing felt dangerous. Every inhale threatened to drag dust into my throat. Every exhale threatened to come out too loud. I tried to take shallow, slow sips of air instead, the way you do when you are trying not to cry. Down the hall, a door slammed. The sound cracked through the station like a gunshot echoing off thin walls and empty rooms. It was the back door. I recognized the direction. The shards of broken glass on the slab must have kicked as it closed, adding a little sprinkle of sharper noise under the main thud. Heavy boots hit the hallway floor. They did not shuffle or hesitate. Each step landed with the weight of someone who knew exactly where they were going and felt no need to hurry. The sound carried down the hall, getting closer in a steady sequence, thump, thump, thump. There was another sound with it, one I would have forgiven myself for imagining if it hadn't matched so perfectly with what I'd heard on the trail. A dull, weighty bump now and then, just a fraction of a second, after the boot fall's canvas rasping against a frame. The duffel hitting a door frame as it passed, or its contents shifting and tapping the side. He's not supposed to know this building is open, I thought wildly. The glass is broken, but the door says no public access. The sign out front. The boots passed the main room, the sound changing timbre as they hit thicker linoleum, then thinner again. Closer, closer. My fingers curled involuntarily against the floor nails, scraping a whisper of grit. Right before the doorway to the bunk room, the footsteps slowed. He knew. I held my breath without meaning to. The silence expanded inside my chest until it hurt. The shadow arrived before he did a darker shape sliding across that low strip of light under the door. Then his boots stepped into view. From under the cot, all I could see of him were his feet and shins. The boots were the same heavy work ones I had seen on the trail, dried mud clinging to the treads, a fresh smear of darker, wetter dirt along one side. The hems of his jeans were frayed and stained, the fabric bunched above the laces. The bottom of the duffel bag appeared next, hanging down just within the frame of my vision. The canvas was gray, streaked with darker patches. The way it sagged from his hand made the contents shift again with that horrible, soft, internal movement. A faint, wet sound accompanied it, something too thick to be water sloshing against its own confines. He stepped fully into the room. The floorboards complained under his weight. The whole cot frame above me vibrated with the resonance. Grit ground under his soles with each small adjustment, a coarse scrape that seemed to go on forever because I had nowhere else to listen. His breathing reached me before any words did. It wasn't ragged. This wasn't someone winded from a chase. It was just heavier than resting, carrying a low rasp at the edges, like his lungs had spent years in cold air and cigarette smoke. Inhale, expand. Exhale, a soft hiss. Each cycle felt too loud in a room where even my heartbeat seemed like it was knocking. He walked past the end of the bed I was under the duffel swinging. For a second it passed directly over my head, close enough that if I'd reached up, I could have touched it. I smelled it then more than ever, the rot, the meat, the sick, sweet edge of decay riding under canvas and sweat. My stomach lurched, but there was nowhere to go, nowhere even to turn my head. I clenched my jaw until my teeth hurt. He crossed to the far wall and stopped. From my angle, I could see his boots plant shoulder-width apart, the toes pointing slightly outward. The duffel hung for a moment longer, then dropped to the floor with a muffled thud that shook dust loose from the slats above me. The wet shift inside sounded closer, like an animal adjusting itself in a too small cage. He didn't crouch to open it. He didn't kneel. He just stood there facing the wall as if it were a window only he could see through. The silence in the building went from eerie to suffocating. No pipes creaked. No mice scurried. The only sounds were his slow, steady breathing and the tiny settling noises of the bag, the canvas creaking as it relaxed after being held. Time stretched thin. I tried to count heartbeats to tether myself, but somewhere around 30 they blurred into one long, continuous roar in my ears. I was convinced, absolutely certain, that he could hear it, that he would turn and bend down and see me pinned under the cot like an insect. Instead, he spoke. "I know you're still in the woods," he said. His voice was low and conversational, the way you talk to someone standing a few feet away, not like you're addressing the emptiness. He wasn't projecting. He wasn't trying to be heard by the whole building. It was intimate, meant for a specific listener. I always know. The words weren't for me. That realization came in like a cold tide, creeping over the edges of the part of my fear that had been convinced I was the only thing he could be talking about. He wasn't facing the beds. He wasn't looking under them. He hadn't checked the locker or the corners. His stance was turned slightly head at an angle I could not see, toward the wall that faced back out toward the trees, out toward the service path, out toward Trail 9, out toward where the duffel had sat like bait in the middle of the trail. From under that cot, with dust in my mouth and my muscles cramping from stillness, it hit me whoever that man thought he was talking to, whoever he believed could hear him, when he said he always knew they were not in his mind inside this building at all. 5-3. He saw the bag. I did not move when he spoke. I could not have, even if I wanted to. It felt like every muscle in my body had poured concrete into itself. He stood at that far wall for a few seconds after he said, "I always know his boots planted the duffel at his feet," the room hanging off the sound of his breathing. Then slowly he shifted. The floor under him creaked as he took a step 1-2 away from the wall. From my angle, all I saw was the motion of his boots and the hem of his jeans, but the weight of him shifted the cot above me enough that its thin mattress groaned springs, complaining in a drawn-out metallic whine. He began to pace. Not long strides, not purposeful laps. Just a slow, irregular back and forth between the beds, like someone thinking aloud with their feet as much as their mouth. Each step sent small vibrations through the frame, inches above my face. Dust flaked down in lazy motes, catching the thin strip of light under the door. He muttered as he walked. He saw the bag, he said once, the words almost conversational, like he was confirming a detail for someone else. He saw it. My pulse stumbled. He could not know how close I'd come. All I'd done was touch the zipper. I had not opened it. I had not looked. But in his version of events, that line had already been crossed. Another few steps. His boots passed so close to my head that I could have reached out and smeared my fingers through the mud on their soles. The smell of the duffel followed him in a faint, nauseating wake. That sick, sweet rot, now braided with the damp, stale odor of the bunk room. "Can't leave that," he said a little quieter. "Can't leave that out." I had to strain to catch the words over the drum of my own heartbeat. They came in broken pieces, half-thoughts leaking out of whatever internal argument he was having. I got the sense he wasn't entirely aware he was speaking aloud. "Same as last time," he added. Those 4 words landed harder than anything else he'd said. Same as last time. Time did something strange then. It pulled in tight around those syllables, compressing everything before them into a single point and stretching everything after into a long, thin wire. Last time meant there had been at least one other. Another bag on a trail, another someone who had seen it. Another set of logistics, the truck, the station, the paths that only he seemed to know. My mind tried to jump straight to the missing hiker flyers, but I pushed that connection away before it could fully form. I did not want to picture that grayscale face inside the duffel. I did not want to imagine how many pins on the map corresponded to last time's. His pacing brought him closer to my bed again. The cot frame rattled slightly as he brushed against it. I stared at his boots, at the way his weight rolled from heel to toe with each step, at the small chips of dirt he tracked onto the floor. I thought about how absurd it was, that I could find myself fixating on that kind of detail while hiding like an animal, trying not to inhale a lungful of dust. He stopped beside the cot. For a moment, there was no movement. The boots were just there, inches from my face, solid and still. Then his shadow shifted, stretching across the floor as his upper body leaned. The mattress above me sagged. Springs pinged and groaned as he put some of his weight on it, pressing down. The whole frame dipped a few inches, the stale-smelling fabric lowering toward the bridge of my nose. For one horrible second, it was like someone was lying directly on top of me, pinning me to the boards, crushing the air out of my lungs. A hand appeared at the edge of my vision. It rested on the side of the mattress, fingers splayed. The skin was rough and chapped knuckles nicked. Under the nails, dark half-moons of something had been ground in. Dirt, I tried to tell myself. Oil, old grease, anything. But the color was wrong, a dried brown-black stain that had soaked into the cuticles. I was close enough to see the ridges of his fingerprints. My body tried to panic all at once. Every instinct I had screamed to jerk away, to thrash, to do anything but lie there under the weight and the hand and the rot. Somehow I kept still. I do not say that to make myself look brave. It felt less like a choice and more like my nervous system shorting out. He let out a slow exhale, the sound dropping right through the thin mattress. Then he shifted his weight again. The springs whined higher this time, as if relieved, and the pressure above my face eased. His hand slid away from the edge of the bed, fingers leaving faint dust tracks on the dingy fabric. He still did not look under. Another few pacing steps. The duffel's bottom brushed the floor now, and then a soft thud of canvas meeting old wood. The wet, sluggish sound from inside followed in a lower register. He passed the locker, the doorway, the foot of my cot again. Every time he went by, he seemed to take the temperature of the air with him, leaving a wake of colder nerves. I lost track of how long that went on. My sense of time compressed into units of sound, step, creak, breath, mutter. At some point, his breathing changed. It went from that steady, contemplative pace to something a little more resolved, like someone reaching the end of a train of thought and deciding what to do about it. He stopped moving. The duffel sound came again this time with the distinct tug noise of canvas being lifted and a strap testing its stitching. The weight left the little patch of floor I could see. I heard his boots pivot, the leather flexing as he turned toward the doorway. Then the steps began to recede. They went out into the hall, each one a little softer than the last. Once the bag clipped something in the main room with a hollow bump, a chair maybe, and he made a brief, irritated breath through his nose. Beyond that, nothing. No words. No dramatic declarations. Just departure. The slam of the back door came a few seconds later. It shook the walls, but without the surprise of the first time. Glass shards chimed against one another on the slab outside, settling. Then there was nothing but the ringing in my ears and the thin hiss of my own breath as I let it out finally in a shaky stream. I did not move. Not when the first minute passed. Not when I tried to count to 60 and lost track somewhere around 34 because the numbers kept slipping. Not when a little part of my brain started whispering that he could be standing just outside the bunk room door, listening for the smallest rustle. The world slowly remembered itself. From far away, a bird called one sharp note, then another, like it was clearing its throat. The wind, which had been absent, found its way back through the tops of the trees outside, brushing against the building with a soft, dry whisper. Something small scratched in the wall near the floor claws, ticking once, twice, then scurrying away. The timbers above me gave a small, tired creak as they adjusted to no longer bearing an extra 180 pounds of uninvited weight. The station exhaled. I stayed under that cot until my arms went from pins and needles to full numbness, until my neck seized from being twisted at the same angle. Only when the pain of not moving started to overpower the fear of moving did I finally shift. Slowly, carefully, I eased myself backward, inching out from under the bed frame. Dust smeared my jacket and jeans, gray streaks over darker fabric. Cobweb threads clung to my face and hair. I wiped them away with a trembling hand, half expecting to feel a spider still anchored there. The room seemed brighter from this new height, the strip of light under the door suddenly too much. I crept to the doorway and paused, listening. The hall outside was empty. No boot scuffs, no breathing. Just the faded smell of him hanging in the air, layered over the building's own stale scent. The sensible move would have been to go back out through the broken rear door, retrace my path along the service access, and pretend the station did not exist. But curiosity is a parasite. It had already dug in too deep. I wanted to see if he was really gone. I moved down the hall, each step a negotiation with my instincts. The main room looked unchanged, maps, mugs, the bulletin board with its yellowed flyers. A rectangle of light fell through the front window onto the floor, dust motes dancing lazily in it. I crossed to that window, staying low, and lifted 2 fingers to gently pull back the corner of a grimy blind. The clearing outside looked almost normal in that first glance. Grass, cracked asphalt, the tilted antenna, the sagging porch. The truck was still there, parked in its half-hidden spot. Same muddy brown, same dented bumper. My eyes went straight to the tailgate, expecting to see the tarp-covered bed just as I'd left it. The tarp was still there, the bed still bulged. But the duffel bag was no longer in his hand. It sat now on the hood of the truck, dead center like a centerpiece. It hadn't been there before. I had not heard the sound of it being hauled up, thumped onto metal. No squeak of boots on the asphalt as someone stepped around the front. No muttered complaint about the weight. Silence then, suddenly there it was, perched on the hood like it had grown there. The man himself was nowhere. No figure in a brown jacket. No cap moving between the trees. No shadow beside the truck. Just the bag, gray and sagging, its strap coiled like a snake's body, as if it were waiting on display. I let the blind fall back into place, the plastic slats clacking softly together, and stepped away from the window with the cold, creeping certainty that whatever game I had stumbled into out here had moved to a new level, and I was still standing on the wrong side of the glass. 6-1. Flight back to the road. Standing inside that ranger station, staring at the blind that had just fallen back into place, I realized there wasn't a version of this where staying made anything better. The duffel was on the hood of the truck now, as neat and centered as if someone had set it there for a photograph. I hadn't heard it move. I hadn't heard him move. Whatever was happening out in that clearing had slipped past the simple rules I'd been clinging to, footsteps, doors, engines, and I was out of nerve for testing what came next. I needed distance. I needed pavement and other cars and people who did not carry warm, rotting bags into the woods. The back door with its broken glass and the memory of his boots felt like a bad idea. So did the front porch out there in full view of the clearing. Between the two, the back was at least familiar. I knew where it led. The front felt like stepping out onto a stage with nowhere to exit. I cut through the main room again, keeping low without fully realizing it. The bulletin board's maps and flyers watched me go, that missing hiker's face turned toward the door, as if to see whether I made it. The side office and its whiteboard message slid by in my peripheral vision, like a subtitle I didn't have time to read again. The hall to the rear had grown colder, or maybe I had. The air was still thick with the scent of him, sweat, cigarettes, forest, something rotten at the edges but lighter than it had been. The pressure in the walls felt less like a held breath and more like an exhale. I edged up to the broken back door and paused just to the side of the frame, listening. Nothing. No boots on concrete, no duffel thump, no murmur of a voice talking to someone I couldn't see. Outside, the wind swept through the tops of the trees with a low, steady hush. A crow called once, its voice flat and distant like a bad recording played through a cheap speaker. I leaned out just enough to see the corner of the building and a slice of clearing. The truck was still where it had been, its rear quarter panel, and the tarp-covered bed visible through the gap between siding and saplings. The duffel still sat on the hood, gray and patient. No man. I did not take that as reassurance. The clearing had already proven it could hide things in plain sight. Keeping my shoulders hunched, I stepped out onto the concrete slab, glass crunching under my boot. The sound made me flinch, even though I'd heard it before. Every small noise felt like I was tapping a microphone and asking the entire woods if they were paying attention. I did not walk straight toward the truck. Instead, I slid sideways along the back wall of the station, keeping the building between me and the hood as much as possible. At the corner, I cut across a patch of overgrown grass toward the edge of the clearing. eyes flicking between the trees and the truck waiting for his brown jacket to peel out of either one. Nothing moved but the grass and the wind. At the tree line, the world closed in again, branches and trunks overlapping overhead. I ducked into the clutter of undergrowth, heart pounding, and pushed my way through until the station was just a pale rectangle between trunks. Only then did I let myself breathe a little deeper. Getting away from the building was one thing. Getting anywhere useful was another. The service access path I had followed up here was a single track, barely a suggestion, slogging uphill. Going back down, it would only wrap me closer to Trail 9, closer to the main network of paths he knew better than I did. The map in my head turned over like a card, the ranger station, the line of its access road, curling down and out toward a little black strip labeled County RD. I looked around for it, and this time I knew what to watch for. A few yards to my right, the trees thinned slightly along a shallow depression in the ground. Old gravel peeked through a skin of moss and dirt, the ghost of twin tire ruts still visible if you squinted. Fallen branches and saplings tried their best to claim it, but the bones of a road were there. I stepped onto it. The surface under my boots changed again. Gone was the soft, spongy give of forest floor. Here the ground was firmer, but broken chunks of gravel loosened by years of washouts, patches of exposed soil where water had chewed channels down the slope. In some places, my feet slipped a little as pebbles rolled. In others, they landed with a hard, jarring crunch on patches of intact base. The road angled downhill, bending through the woods in long, lazy curves. It felt less like a place meant for people on foot and more like a forgotten artery for trucks that didn't come anymore. I moved faster than I should have on that kind of terrain. My legs shook, a mix of exertion and adrenaline, making my knees feel loose as if they might buckle backward if I misstepped. My lungs burned, pulling in cold air and pushing it out in harsh bursts that puffed white in front of me. Sweat prickled down my back under my jacket despite the chill. Every noise I made sounded amplified in my head. Pebbles skittering under my boots, twigs snapping the swish of my pant legs, each one rang out like a little alarm. I kept waiting for the echo of heavier footsteps behind me, for the solid thud of someone else hitting the same loose patch a few seconds after I did. They never came. The only accompaniment I got was the occasional protest from the woods themselves, a branch cracking somewhere in the distance, a squirrel scolding from a tree. I couldn't see the wind gusting and then falling back again. A crow paced me for a while, its call coming and going from just beyond the next bend, as if it was taking note of my progress. The road dropped steadily, my thighs starting to burn with the effort of keeping my speed controlled. In the more washed-out sections, I had to half-jog, half-surf the sliding gravel just to keep my balance. Once my foot shot out from under me, and I went down on one knee, palms scraping over sharp stones. Pain flared bright and hot along the skin, but I pushed myself back up before my body had fully registered the fall. Time stretched and folded again. It felt like I had been stumbling downhill for an hour, then like it had only been 5 minutes. There was no sun to measure the angle of. Just the same pale overcast leaking through branches, the same narrow stripes of sky above. Then finally, the trees ahead opened in a way that meant something. The shoulder of the road leveled. The gravel under the thin layer of leaves turned to something darker, smoother. A brighter band of light cut horizontally between the trunks, and the faint, familiar hiss of tires on pavement reached me like a sound pulled from a dream I'd had the night before. I stepped out of the trees and onto asphalt. It was a narrow strip of county road, 2 lanes, no center line, just weathered blacktop patched in places where winter had won the last round. On one side rose the wall of woods I'd just come through. On the other, the ground fell away into more trees and a glimpse of a small creek, its water a slice of dull silver through the brush. I stood on the shoulder chest, heaving, and let the reality of it sink in. Paved road, real cars, the world with mailboxes and garbage pickup, and people who argued about property lines instead of whatever this thing in the woods was. For a terrifying moment, there was nothing on the road at all, just empty stretch in both directions, limned by bare trees and low gray sky. The idea of walking all the way back along it toward town on my own, with the woods hugging one side the entire way, made my stomach turn. Then, in the distance, I saw a pair of headlights crest a gentle hill. The vehicle was coming from the direction of town, heading toward me. As it got closer, I could see it was another pickup newer than the one at the station cleaner, its paint an honest, unremarkable blue. The kind of truck you see everywhere out here, with a toolbox mounted behind the cab and a cooler strapped in the bed. I stepped closer to the edge of the road and raised an arm, waving. It felt desperate and stupid at the same time, hailing a stranger in the middle of nowhere, like I was flagging down a cab in a city. For a second, I was sure he was going to ignore me, just slide past with eyes fixed straight ahead. The truck slowed. Gravel crunched as he eased onto the shoulder a few yards past where I stood. The passenger window rolled down halfway, manual crank squeaking. A middle-aged man leaned toward the gap, face-lined eyes, squinting slightly as he took me in. He wore a ball cap too, but his was crisp with a local feed store logo still bright on the front. His jacket was a quilted work coat zipper, half down a flannel shirt visible underneath. A country station played low on the radio, some song about heartbreak humming in the background. "You all right there, bud?" he asked. His voice was wary, not unfriendly, but cautious in that way rural people reserve for strangers on their roads. I think someone is hunting something other than deer out there," I heard myself say. It wasn't the full story, not by a mile, but it was the only sentence my brain could assemble that didn't sound completely insane. His eyes flicked over my shoulder toward the woods I'd stumbled out of. Then back at me. He took in the dirt on my jeans, the fresh scrape on my palm, the way my chest was still rising and falling too fast. "You from around here?" he asked. "No. Visiting my sister." Down near, I gave him the name of her road. My voice shook on the last syllable. He exhaled through his nose, a sound halfway between a sigh and a calculation. Then he reached across and popped the passenger door open. "Get in," he said. "Ain't smart to be standing on this shoulder. Folks drive it like a straightaway." I climbed in the seat, worn and familiar-smelling coffee dust, a little motor oil. The warmth of the cab wrapped itself around me, the contrast making my fingers sting as feeling came back to them. He pulled back onto the road tires, spitting grit. For a while we rode in silence. The radio murmured about lost love and beer. The heater fan whirred. His hands were steady on the wheel knuckles, pale but not tight. Every so often he glanced sideways at me, then back at the lane. "You say, hunting something other than deer," he said eventually, testing the phrase. "What's that mean exactly?" I gave him the edited version, the duffel on the trail, the smell the hunter who had appeared without sound and followed me. I left out the station, the whiteboard, the way the bag had moved on its own. Even cut down, it sounded thin. He listened without interrupting, jaw working a little like he was chewing on the words. When I finished, he didn't say "you're crazy," which I took as a small mercy. "Some folks don't like to pack out what they shoot proper," he said finally. Still. Middle of the trail following you like that. That's not right. We rounded a bend, trees falling back just enough for a small gravel lot to come into view on the right. A wooden sign marked it, Trail 9, Day Use Only. The official trailhead parking. My car was there right where I'd left it, small and out of place next to the rough edges of the lot. A little island of normal life dropped into the dirt. Relief flickered through me at the sight of it, stupid and fierce. Then my eyes went to the other side of the lot. The space where the old pickup had been was empty. No muddy brown truck, no dented bumper, no tarp in the bed. Just disturbed gravel and a patch of darker dirt where tires had sat not that long ago. If he'd driven out, there'd been time, sure. Enough for him to leave the station, take whatever invisible route he used, and pull away. But the solid, cold feeling in my stomach wasn't about logistics. It was about the way the empty spot looked, as if nothing had ever been there at all. The man driving glanced at the lot, then at me. "That yours?" he asked, nodding at my car. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded far away in my own ears. "That's mine." He didn't ask what I was doing on a road miles from where my car was parked. He didn't ask where the other truck had gone. He just made a small clicking sound with his tongue turned up the radio one notch and kept driving toward town. 6.2, Police Doubt and the Missing Records. By the time the blue truck turned down my sister's road, the adrenaline had worn off just enough for the exhaustion to crash in behind it. Her cabin appeared around a bend, small and familiar porch light already on, even though it was still daylight. Her Subaru sat crooked in the gravel like she had pulled in too fast and not bothered straightening out. She was on the porch before the driver had even fully stopped, hand up, to shade her eyes, ponytail swinging. When she saw it was me in the passenger seat, her shoulders dropped and then tensed again when she got a good look at my face. "What happened?" she yelled, stepping down into the yard as I climbed out. "Where the hell were you?" The local guy gave me a quick, sympathetic glance, then put the truck in gear. "Found him coming off the service road," he called to her. "Said he had trouble on Trail 9. Her eyes cut to him, then back to me. "Thank you." She said the word automatic, then grabbed my arm and steered me toward the steps. "You okay? You're white as a sheet. What happened?" The porch boards creaked under our weight, wind chimes ringing once in protest. The inside of the cabin smelled like coffee and something she'd reheated in the microwave. Normal smells. Home smells. My lungs sucked them in like oxygen they recognized. The words stuck in my throat for a second, jammed by too many images trying to come out at once. The duffel on the trail, the man behind me, the ranger station, the whiteboard, under the bed, the duffel on the hood. We ended up in the kitchen without me really deciding to go there. I leaned both hands on the table and started talking. It came out in fragments. There was a bag on the trail. Smelled wrong. This guy, this hunter, showed up. He followed me. I think he followed me. There's a ranger station out there, service road, and his truck was behind it. Same truck. He came inside the station with the bag. I hid. He kept talking to someone. And then the bag was on the hood and he was gone. She listened without interrupting, knuckles white around the back of a chair. Her eyes flicked over me periodically, checking for blood, for obvious injuries, for some physical explanation of why her brother was standing in her kitchen, shaking like he'd seen a ghost. "Did he touch you? Did he threaten you?" she asked when I finally ran out of steam. "No," I said. Not really. He just knew where I was without looking. Knew I'd seen the bag. Knew there'd been a last time. I don't. My voice broke on that, the phrase "last time" hitting harder out loud than it had in my head. She inhaled slowly, like she was pulling something into herself that she would need for what came next. "We're calling the sheriff," she said. "Now." I started to say something about overreacting, about how there was nothing technically illegal in watching someone hike and being creepy about meat. The look she gave me shut that down. It was the look she used on patients' families who wanted to sign someone out AMA because they feel fine now. She picked up her phone and dialed the county sheriff's office. Her voice on the call was brisk and clinical in a way I recognized from work mode. My brother was followed by an unknown male in the state forest. There was a suspicious bag that smelled like decomposition. They found an unmarked truck behind a decommissioned ranger station. She did not embellish. She also did not soften. They said they would send someone. 20-30 minutes later, time had become meaningless again. A cruiser rolled up in front of the cabin, gravel spraying lightly. 2 deputies got out. Both wore tan uniforms with county patches on the sleeves, dark boots, utility belts. Body cams sat clipped to the center of their chests, little black rectangles with glass eyes. Their radios crackled softly with dispatch chatter, bits of other people's problems bleeding through. The taller one, mid-30s, maybe, nodded at my sister and introduced himself, Deputy Harris. The shorter one, older with a mustache that tried to make up for his receding hairline, was Deputy Collins. They scribbled names in small notebooks, the sound of pen on paper surprisingly loud in the small room. Inside the cabin, the familiar drone of the fridge suddenly seemed aggressive. The ceiling fan in the living room whirred in a wobbly circle, its pull chain tapping the glass of the fixture in a slow, maddening rhythm. Outside, somewhere down the road, a dog barked at something and then gave up. The sound clipped. I told the story again. This time I tried to put it in order, starting with Trail 9, the day before the first almost sighting of the bag, the footprints behind the cabin that night. Then the second day, the bag fully there. The man appearing behind me, the duffel, the smell, him following me, the side path, the station, his truck, the whiteboard message about late-season solo hikers and unaccounted vehicles. Hiding under the cot, the words he said, the bag on the hood, the missing truck at the trailhead. They took it all in with the same expression people use when they're trying to be open-minded, but are already mentally slotting what you're saying into their personal categories. Weird, but harmless drunk story, probably nothing. Can you describe him again? Harris asked, pen hovering. White male, I said. 40s, maybe 50s. Stubble, pale eyes. Brown hunting jacket, looked old, stained at the cuffs. Faded jeans, work boots with heavy tread. Baseball cap logo so faded I couldn't read it. No visible tattoos. Voice was flat, like he was reciting lines. They wrote it down. They asked about height, weight. I gave rough guesses, aware of how imprecise they sounded out loud. They asked about the truck make, model, color plate. I knew the color. I could describe the tarp, the dent in the bumper. I had no idea what the plate had said at the trailhead lot. I'd only noticed the lack of one at the station. The bag, Collins asked. What kind? Gray duffel, I said. Canvas, black handles, heavy, smelled like something dead inside. He said it was meat from a kill, but you don't think it was deer? Harris finished for me. No, I said. Saying it smelled wrong for deer felt ridiculous, but it was the best I had. They exchanged a look over their notepads. Not quite skeptical, not fully convinced. Okay, Harris said. Here's what we're gonna do. We'll take a ride back out there, have a look. You mind coming along, show us exactly where you were? Every cell in my body screamed no. My mouth said, yeah, I'll come. In daylight, with 2 armed deputies, it felt like maybe the woods would revert to being just trees again. Maybe the trail would be only a trail, the station only an old building. Maybe the weirdness would shrink in the sun. We piled into the cruiser, me in the back, my sister staying behind, because someone had to answer the phone when the hospital called. The radio in the dash hummed quietly, bits of codes and promises of coffee drifting through. Gravel crunched as we pulled away. then the smoother hiss of pavement under tires took over as we hit the county road. At the Trail 9 lot, my car looked even smaller next to the cruiser. The other truck was still gone. Nothing but an empty patch of churned-up gravel marked where it had been. "You sure about the other vehicle?" Collins asked, glancing back at me through the mesh. "Yes," I said. It was right there. I pointed. Brown pickup, older. Out-of-state plates. He grunted non-committal, and we started up the trail. In full midday light, the forest had lost some of its teeth. Sun filtered through branches and softer beams. The breeze actually reached down to ground level now, and then making leaves flutter. Birds were busy in the underbrush, flitting across the path, scolding each other about territory lines. The creek sounded brighter, like it had more air to play with. But the trail was still the trail. The curve where I'd first seen the bag. The spot where I'd stepped off, pretending not to be followed. The big tree I'd hidden behind. Each landmark dropped back into place as we walked like props on a stage being reset. At the junction, where the service access peeled off, the old sign still leaned at its tired angle. Harris eyed it. "You went this way?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Service access. Said authorized vehicles only. Leads to the station." He looked at Collins, who shrugged. "Place is supposed to be closed," the older deputy said. "Been on the list for years." We followed the overgrown road. In daylight, the antenna and roof of the station showed themselves earlier, glinting dully through branches. The clearing opened up with less drama, the building squatting in the middle like a bored animal. No truck, no duffel. Just the station, the cracked asphalt, the knee-high grass, the radio mast. The asphalt patch where the truck had been looked undisturbed, except for old stains. If you hadn't seen it there, you would never have guessed a vehicle had been parked behind the building within the last day. "Any cameras out here?" Harris asked, half to Collins, half to himself. "Nah," Collins said. "Not on these old places. Closest one's down at the main trailhead. They checked the perimeter hands resting near their holsters, but not actually drawing." I pointed out the broken back door. We stepped through the same way I had before, glass crunching the air inside, wrapping around us with its mix of mold and dust. It all looked normal, abandoned, faded. The corkboard still held maps and notices. The missing hiker flyer was still there, pinned under the old Trail 9 traffic memo. His face stared out gray and grainy, unchanged. No extra underlines this time, no fresh pen marks. If the back of the version at my sister's had warned her, this one was just another sheet in a stack. I led them to the side office, heart thudding a little faster as we approached the whiteboard. Part of me expected the words to be there, faded but readable. Another part was already braced for them to be gone. They were gone. The board was not clean. Old marker ghosts still clung to it in cloudy swirls, the residue of dozens of wiped messages. But there was no trace of the phrase I'd read. No avoid late-season solo hikers. No report unaccounted vehicles near Trail 9. Harris squinted at it anyway, as if he might coax something out by will alone. "You're sure you saw..." "What again?" he asked. I repeated it, the exact wording I'd memorized, down to the hyphen. Saying it aloud made it sound like official language, like something you'd put in an inter-office memo. Collins ran a finger along the edge of the board, coming away with a faint smudge of blue-gray dust. "Looks like nobody's written on this thing in a while," he said. "That's kind of my point," I said. It looked old earlier too. But the message was still there. Someone took the time to wipe that specific part. They exchanged another look, this one with a little more weight in it. We walked the rest of the building. The bunk room still had its sagging cots, its dust, its smell. There were no fresh footprints under the beds, no obvious signs of recent occupation, except the ones we were making now. No duffel, no man. On the way back to the cruiser, Harris jotted notes on his phone instead of the pad thumbs tapping. His radio crackled to life with some minor call 2 towns over. He acknowledged it and muted the volume. Back in the car, heading toward the cabin, I pressed my point one more time. "What about that memo?" I asked. "The one about unaccounted vehicles near Trail 9. You guys must get internal stuff like that, right? Email bulletins." Harris glanced at me in the rear view, then down at his phone. "We get plenty of memos," he said. "Most of them about budgets and how not to get sued." He thumbed through an app, the blue-white light reflecting off his face. "We've got records going back years for this district." He scrolled for a few seconds, eyes flickering behind the glass. "There's plenty about vehicle break-ins at trailheads," he said. "Some reminders about parking overflow hikers not paying day fees." He shook his head slightly. "Nothing about unaccounted vehicles near Trail 9. Not from our office. Not from the state guys either, far as I can see." "Maybe it was older," I said. "Printed before you had digital copies." "Maybe," he said. "But even then, there'd be some record. Hard copy scanned and reference in a log. Something. We don't just handwrite warnings on whiteboards and call it policy." He sounded almost apologetic. Almost. "So what then?" I asked. I imagined a whole paragraph. He shrugged one shoulder, eyes back on the road. "Could have been some ranger's personal note that got wiped years ago," he said. "Could have been kids writing spooky crap to freak each other out. Could have been..." He trailed off, leaving the last possibility unspoken. Collins cleared his throat. "Look," he said, twisting in his seat to face me a little. "We don't think you're making stuff up. You had enough of a scare out there that your sister called us. That counts. We'll file a report, keep an eye on the trailheads. You see that truck again, you call us, you get a plate, you don't go play detective." The word detective stung a little, even though he hadn't said it unkindly. They dropped me back at the cabin with a business card, a case number scribbled on the back in ballpoint pen. Officially, something had happened. Unofficially, I could already feel it sliding into that space where weird stories live, taken seriously enough to get written down, dismissed enough that no one would lose sleep if it never made sense. Inside, the fridge hummed. The ceiling fan turned. The clock on the stove blinked the wrong time, as if it had lost power at some point and never been reset. I set the card on the table next to the trail map and realized that for all the questions I'd answered, the one that mattered most was the one nobody could prove what had really been in that bag and how many times before someone like me had seen it. 6.3. The thing that stayed missing. Once the deputies left, the cabin felt both too small and too wide open. My sister fussed for a while, checking my scraped hand, making sure I ate something more substantial than adrenaline and coffee. She kept asking if I wanted to lie down. I kept saying no. The idea of closing my eyes and being back under that cot was enough to keep me upright. Eventually, she ran out of ways to hover and retreated to the couch, turning the TV on low. Some sitcom laugh track bled softly into the room, the canned joy completely out of sync with anything inside my chest. I sat at the kitchen table with my laptop. The Wi-Fi here had always been a joke. The router on the counter had a single antenna and a strip of lights that blinked in patterns I never fully believed meant anything. The network name was something dumb she had set years ago. The connection speed was just good enough for streaming in the living room if nobody else was doing anything. Tonight, the little globe icon took longer than usual to shed its exclamation mark. The laptop fan spun up a thin, anxious whine, as if even it knew this was a bad idea. I opened a browser and started typing pieces of my problem into the search box, like I could break it down into digestible terms. Trail 9 unaccounted vehicles memo Catskills. Nothing. Late season solo hikers warning Trail 9. Nothing. County Ranger Station memo report suspicious truck Trail 9. I got camping blogs. An archived PDF of a trail map 2 counties over. Someone's trip report from 2012 about getting blisters and seeing a bear. No scanned memo. No cell phone picture of a whiteboard with a line about unaccounted vehicles neatly underlined. I tried the county sheriff's site, digging through their press releases and public notices. Vehicle break-ins at trailheads increased during peak season. Parking fees reinstated at day-use areas. Sheriff's office reminds hunters to secure firearms. Lots of cautions, lots of lists. Nothing that matched the phrasing that had burned itself into my memory. Maybe I misread it, I muttered, even as I knew I hadn't. I tried the missing hiker's name next to the one from the flyer that seemed to be everywhere out here. That got hits. Local news articles from a few years back. A segment from a regional TV station where a reporter stood at the edge of a trailhead lot, just like the one I'd parked in, holding a mic and doing the practiced, tragic but composed face. A quote from a mother who still set a place for her son at Thanksgiving. Nowhere in those pieces was there anything about unmarked vehicles, unaccounted trucks, late-season solo hikers. Just the usual phrases: no sign of foul play, no evidence of abduction, no indication he planned to harm himself. Search efforts, community volunteers, a vigil with candles. I scrolled until the laptop battery warning popped up and the fan whined higher. The Wi-Fi dropped twice and reconnected with a sulky delay, the router clicking faintly as it did. Each time I stared at the no internet dinosaur like it might blink. Nothing. No memo. No ghost of the words I'd seen. The cabin's evening soundscape layered itself around my searching. Crickets chirped in the ditch by the road, their rhythm rising and falling. A car passed every now and then, tires hissing on asphalt, then crunching briefly on gravel as they hit the rough patch near the mailbox. The TV in the next room laughed at things I could not hear. The fridge hummed, clicked off, then hummed again. The ceiling fan in the living room thumped its off-balance circle overhead. Every time a car slowed outside, every time tires crunched a little longer on gravel than they should have, my heart jumped as if it expected the sound to resolve into an old truck's idle. My sister appeared in the doorway after a while, arms folded, leaning on the frame. "Find anything?" she asked. "Just the missing hiker," I said, "and a lot of old trip reports from people who think the scariest thing out there is running out of trail mix." She gave me a look that was half worry, half something else. Guilt, maybe. "I should have told you," she said. I closed the laptop halfway, told me what she came in, and sat down across from me, fingers tracing the wood grain on the table. "I stopped running Trail 9 months ago," she said quietly. "Before you came up. I just did not want to freak you out, and I figured you'd stick to the easy parts." "What happened?" I asked. "There was a truck," she said. "Not the same color as the one you keep talking about. Green, I think. Old. Parked at the trailhead lot one morning when I went to run before work. I didn't recognize it. I know most of the locals' vehicles. We only have so many up here. This one, out-of-state plates, I think. Tinted windows." She paused, remembering jaw tightening a little. "I parked anyway," she went on. "Figured maybe it was just some camper sleeping off a long drive. I just had this feeling, though. Like the truck was watching me. Stupid, I know they're just machines, but..." "Was anyone sitting in it?" I asked. She nodded once. "I could see the outline of someone in the driver's seat," she said. "Didn't get a good look. Hat, maybe." I waited a minute in my car, hoping they'd get out so I could say hi, or at least see a face. They didn't. Just sat there. No lights, no movement. "What did you do?" I told myself I was being paranoid, she said. got out, did my usual loop. The whole time I kept thinking about that truck sitting there. When I came back, maybe 45 minutes later, it was gone. No engine noise, no gravel spray, nothing, just gone. She looked up at me, and in that moment, I saw the same flavor of unease in her eyes that I'd been carrying all day. Since then, I run the road near the house, she said. Or I drive to the other trailhead where more people go. I tell myself it was nothing but... She trailed off, shrugging. "Unaccounted vehicles near Trail 9, I quoted. She blinked. What nothing I said, just something I read. We let the TV fill the silence for a bit. A canned audience laughed at a punchline that didn't reach us. The crickets outside adjusted their rhythm. My sister's phone buzzed once with a text from a coworker. She answered, thumbs tapping quickly, then set it face down. The sheriff's office called the next day. The cabin phone a landline because service out here was spotty enough that people still trusted actual wires rang with its old-fashioned two-tone trill. It startled me more than it should have, dragging me up from a half-doze on the couch. My sister grabbed it before I could. She listened, then handed it to me with a raised eyebrow. "Hello," I said. "Mr. Court?" A man's voice asked using my last name. It sounded like Harris a little flatter through the phone line. "This is Deputy Harris from the County Sheriff's Office. Just wanted to follow up on your report from yesterday." I sat up straighter, heart already speeding, even though I had no reason to think this call would fix anything. "Okay," I said. "Did you find anything? We've run through our active files for the last few weeks," he said. Papers rustled faintly on his end. "No missing persons that match what you described. No fresh reports of poaching near Trail 9. No hunter complaints about lost game or altercations with hikers." "What about the man?" I asked. "Brown jacket, older truck. Anybody know him? We put out a quiet word with the game wardens and a couple of the regular hunting clubs," he said. Nobody jumped up and said, "That's old so-and-so." Not yet, anyway. There's not much we can work with aside from your description. We've logged your statement, don't get me wrong, but there's nothing actionable at this point. I stared at the TV where a commercial for a local car dealership played with the sound off. Happy people shaking hands over shiny SUVs. "Can you at least cross-check with old cases?" I asked. I mean that missing hiker, and whatever was on that whiteboard. There was a pause. Not long. Just enough for me to hear faint radio chatter in the background, a dispatcher reading off a plate somewhere else, someone answering. "Funny thing," he said. "Those two words never mean anything good coming from law enforcement. We did a quick search through our archived reports for Trail 9, he went on. Couple of old cases mention it lost hikers who turned up some vandalism at the lot, that sort of thing. There are references to attachments, supplemental notes, internal memos." And I asked. "And when we tried to pull the actual scans for some of the older ones, the files were incomplete," he said. "Looks like we had a corruption issue when we switched over systems a few years back. Some PDF images got scrambled, some documents got cut off mid-page. It's been slowly fixing them when they can, but it's a process." He said it like it was an inconvenience, not a conspiracy. A shrug in technical form. "So anything that might have mentioned unaccounted vehicles could have been in those corrupted files," I said. Could have, he agreed. Or it could have been nothing. "Look, I'm not saying you didn't see what you saw. Just that from where we're sitting, we don't have a dead body. We don't have a missing person tied to yesterday, and we don't have a suspect we can put a name to." He hesitated, then added, "My advice? Maybe stick to the main trails with more people around. Or better yet, take a break from the woods for a bit." The line hummed softly between us. the kind of low-level noise you only notice when nothing else is being said. I thought of the whiteboard message that didn't exist, of the files that had conveniently glitched, of the memo that nobody could find, even though I'd read it with my own eyes in a room that still smelled like whoever wrote it hadn't left that long ago. "Yeah," I said. "I'm definitely taking a break." "Good," he said. "You need anything else, you've got our number." When I hung up, the dial tone clicked back in that flat, repeating note sliding under the cabin's other sounds. Crickets, TV, fridge. A car on the road outside, tires hissing, then fading. I set the receiver down and stared at my reflection in the dark TV screen as the show cut to black between episodes. For a second, the glass caught my face and the room behind me. The lamp, the couch, the hallway to the guest room. In the reflection over my shoulder, the front door looked just a little darker than it should have, as if something were standing on the other side of it, just out of sight, listening to the part of the story that had never made it into any file. 7-1, going home did not fix it. I left earlier than I was supposed to. The plan had been a long weekend, maybe even a week, working remotely from my sister's kitchen table, pretending the fresh air made my job less soul-sucking. Instead, 2 days after the ranger station, I was standing in her driveway with my duffel in the trunk and my keys in my hand, making promises we both knew were lies. "You don't have to go yet," she said. The wind off the trees ruffled her hair, blew a strand across her face. She didn't bother to tuck it back. "I know," I said. I'm not exactly sleeping great. And I don't want to mess up your early shifts with me pacing around at 3 a.m. She gave me a look that said she knew that was only half the reason. The other half was the woods and Trail 9, and the way the tree line behind her cabin suddenly felt like a wall instead of a backdrop. "When things calm down, you can come back," she said. The phrase sat there between us like a prop we were both obligated to touch. "We'll stick to the farmer's market and the coffee shop." "No trails?" "Yeah," I said. "When things calm down." We hugged in the gravel, the sound of our shoes shifting on the small stones way too loud in my ears. The wind chimes clinked a few notes on the porch. Somewhere down the road, a logging truck growled by engine laboring up the hill. I got in the car, closed the door, and let the silence of the cabin yard compress into the small, familiar box of my sedan. The dashboard clock glowed an indifferent time. The fabric seats smelled like coffee and fast food and the faint ghost of some air freshener I'd bought months earlier. My world. My mess. As soon as I hit the county road, I turned the radio on. It wasn't about boredom. It was about not wanting any space left where my brain might replay the sound of boots in a hallway or a bag dropping onto wood. I scroll hunted for something that didn't require effort, a long-form true crime podcast. At first, the host's steady voice filling the car with other people's worst nights. Later, music playlists with too much bass and not enough quiet. The highway swallowed me. County road to state route to the wider mouth of the interstate lanes, multiplying under the wheels. I-86 to I-90 to I-71, the familiar numbers clicking into place like a combination lock. The soundscape shifted with each jump, 2-lane hiss to 4-lane roar, occasional tires on gravel shoulders, to continuous white noise of 100 cars going somewhere else. The podcasts bled together. Stories about disappearances, about half-solved cases, about bodies found years later in places hikers swore they'd checked. Normally, I would have turned them off too on the nose. Instead, I let them run. Better to have someone else narrating horror than let my own imagination loop on mine. Even with the noise, there were gaps. Every few miles, usually when the traffic thinned out and the podcast host paused for an ad read, I'd hear a faint, dull thump from somewhere behind me. not loud enough to be clearly anything, just a suggestion of weight shifting. The first time it happened, I snapped my eyes to the rearview mirror, heart jerking up into my throat. All I saw was the back seat, my own gray duffel, half-zipped, a hoodie spilling out, a grocery bag with snacks, nothing else. I told myself it was just the bag sliding a bit when I hit a seam in the pavement, or the plastic shifting, or some odd echo of a semi's tires in the next lane. Then it happened again, 40 miles down the road. A soft, almost wet thud, like something inside some container had rolled and hit its side. I gripped the wheel tighter, the vinyl warm under my hands. "There is nothing back there," I said out loud over the host, thanking his mattress sponsor. "It is your crap, and that's it." Still, I stopped once at a rest area just south of Cleveland and opened the back door under the harsh fluorescent lights to prove it. 2 kids ran past me toward the vending machines, their sneakers slapping concrete. An older guy in a ball cap smoked near the trash cans, watching his dog sniff a patch of grass with deep concentration. My back seat was exactly what I knew. It was my duffel, my hoodie, the grocery bag. No gray canvas with black handles, no smell of rot. The air inside the car smelled like stale coffee and fast food, nothing else. On the last stretch down I-71, I turned the volume up another notch anyway. By the time I pulled off onto the exit from my neighborhood, the sky was sliding toward evening. Columbus did its thing. Low strip malls, gas stations with digital price signs, fast food places you could navigate by smell alone. My townhouse complex sat where it always did. Rows of attached units with identical siding, small squares of grass, out front parking spots, painted just slightly crooked. I parked in my usual spot, the one where my front window looked down on my car, like a parent watching a kid at a playground. The act of hauling my duffel out of the back seat, locking the doors, and walking up the concrete path to my door felt oddly ceremonial, like I was crossing back into my real life. And everything before that had just been a bad dream. Inside, the townhouse wrapped around me the way it always had. Same dim entryway, same small living room with the sagging couch and the TV stand that had seen better days. Same kitchen with its beige laminate counters and the fridge that hummed just a little louder than it probably should. I dropped my keys in the bowl by the door. The sound of metal hitting ceramic rang through the space. The HVAC kicked on with a low whoosh, pushing warm air through dusty vents. Somewhere beyond the shared wall, my neighbor's TV murmured with late afternoon cable noise, laugh tracks, commercials, that strange, comfortable meaninglessness. It should have been a relief. In some ways, it was. There were no trees pressing up against the windows here. No black strip of forest behind the building. No trail maps on the table. Instead, there was the glow of my Wi-Fi router, the clutter of bills, the quiet hum of appliances doing their repetitive work. I told myself I'd sleep better in my own bed. I didn't. The first night back, I lay awake longer than I meant to, the glow of my alarm clock carving red numbers into the dark. When I finally drifted off, it was that thin, surface-level sleep you slide along the top of, never fully sinking. At some point, I woke up convinced I'd heard something on the stairs. Not the creak of settling wood. Not the familiar pop of the fridge compressor kicking off. This was a heavier, more deliberate sound, the solid thud of a boot coming down on a step. One. Then another. Then a softer noise like something hefty being set down gently 2 steps below the landing. I lay there, heart-pounding eyes open to the familiar blur of my ceiling in the dark. The air felt heavier, as if the furnace had shut off mid-cycle. I waited for a follow-up sound, another step, a voice, the rattle of the doorknob. Nothing. Eventually, I got up and checked. The stairwell was empty, the cheap carpeting soft under my bare feet. The front door was locked, deadbolt, and chain in place. The little security bar I used when I was feeling paranoid sat exactly where I'd left it. The second night, it was the hallway. I came awake with the same lurch pulse already scrambling, certain I'd just heard a bag drop against drywall outside my bedroom. A soft, padded impact, dull and controlled. In my mind, it sounded exactly like canvas hitting plaster, the echo from the bunk room replaying in a suburban shell. The hallway when I opened the door smelled like nothing, paint and dust, and the faint detergent scent from the laundry basket. No bag, no shadow under the bathroom door. No hunter in a brown jacket standing at the top of the stairs, pale eyes flat under a cap. Each time, rational explanation followed close behind the fear. Old houses make noises, air in the ducts, neighbors coming home late. My own brain taking the day's leftover static and turning it into intruders. I wrote them off as that told myself so with increasing sternness. It kept happening anyway. A week after I got back sitting at my kitchen table between remote support tickets, an email landed in my work-adjacent inbox. Subject case. Number, closure notice. The sender was the county sheriff's office. The body of it was boilerplate. Thank you for your report. After review, no further action is being taken at this time. If new information arises, you may contact our office with your case number. Attached was a PDF. I clicked it open more out of morbid curiosity than anything the way you pick at a scab you know you should leave alone. It was my statement. The one I'd given at the cabin, sitting where I was now describing everything, while the fridge hummed and the ceiling fan turned. My name at the top, the date, the deputies' names. Below that, the questions and my answers, block paragraphs formatted in that stiff official font departments love. I skimmed the first part. My age, my address, my relationship to the area. Description of the man as best as I could remember it. The section about the first sighting of the bag on the trail. The way he'd appeared behind me. Then my eyes hit a gap. There was a heading description of suspicious item, location. Under it, the text cut off after a few sentences. Observed gray duffel bag on Trail 9, approximately 1.5 miles from trailhead. Strong odor consistent with decomp. The rest of that sentence petered out mid-word. Below it, where I knew I had talked about the ranger station, the truck behind it hiding under the cot, the bag on the hood, there was nothing. Not blank lines, not black redaction bars, just the next section heading additional remarks. Under that, a single sentence complainant reports feeling unsafe on Trail 9 and believes unknown male may be following hikers. It read like a note about a guy spooked by a weird stranger in the woods, nothing more. I scrolled back up, stubborn, as if the text might appear if I checked again. The break was still there, clean and indifferent. No sign the paragraphs I remembered had ever existed. Glitch, I thought automatically. The same way the file system had corrupted older cases. Someone copying and pasting had missed a chunk. Some clerk had cut my statement down to the parts that fit in a checkbox. Or the parts of the story that mentioned the bag and the building and the warning on the whiteboard went somewhere else. Somewhere not attached to my little case closed. No further action form letter. Somewhere I wouldn't see. In the quiet of my kitchen, with the fridge humming and the HVAC cycling and the neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall, I sat staring at that gap in the PDF and listened very carefully to the house around me. Somewhere faint and impossible, I thought I heard canvas shift. 7:2. The friend request time has this nasty habit of pretending to fix things it only really buries. Months went by after I got back from my sister's place. Enough that the memory of the forest swapped its sharp edges for softer ones. Work crept back in, and took up the space it always did. Remote calls, tickets, people acting like their home Wi-Fi dropping was a personal attack. I stopped jumping every time the fridge kicked off in the middle of the night. I still woke up, sometimes heart pounding, convinced I'd heard a bag drop in the hallway or a step on the stairs, but it got less frequent. Or maybe I just got better at lying to myself about it. I did what people do with things they don't know how to handle. I compartmentalized. The woods became a place in a story. The man in the brown jacket became that weird hunter I ran into once. The ranger station was an abandoned building I talked around in my head, never through. Trail 9 turned into a set of syllables I tried not to say out loud. I kept an eye on the news from that county anyway. Every couple of weeks, usually when I was bored and scrolling on my phone in bed, I'd search the local paper's site, the regional TV station, even the sheriff's sparse press release page. Missing person, unidentified remains, hiker found. Nothing matched what I'd seen. Nothing screamed, "This is the bag you walked away from." Life in Columbus regained its pattern. I woke up, worked weird IT hours, ate bad food, let Netflix decide my evenings. The mechanical chorus of my townhouse carried on its background concert, fridge hum, HVAC cycling neighbor's dryer, thumping through the shared wall, the distant hiss of I-270 like the ocean got stuck in the wrong state. All the familiar noises I'd once found numbing became comforting in a way. A wall of sound between me and the quiet of the woods. But the story refused to stay in its compartment. It poked through at odd times. When a brown truck changed lanes in front of me on the freeway. When I saw a gray duffel bag ad in a sidebar online. When my sister texted me a photo from her back porch and the tree line in the background looked a little too dense. I didn't talk about it. Not with her, not with co-workers, not with the handful of friends I had who might have listened. I had exactly one copy of it outside my head, the redacted police statement in my email where the most important parts were missing. So eventually, I did the thing you probably already guessed from the fact that you're reading this. I decided to send it to a horror channel. It started as a half-formed idea I batted around for weeks. I watched their videos sometimes at night, listening to other anonymous narrators get their stories ventilated into a couple 100,000 ears. People wrote in about stalkers, about weird neighbors, about roads in the middle of nowhere where things stepped out in front of their cars and then vanished. Most of them sounded like they could have been written, made up. I knew mine was made up in the only way that matters for this kind of thing. I was the only one willing to back it. The sheriff's office had closed the file. The memo I'd seen didn't exist. The man with the duffel hadn't left a trace anyone else could find. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was behind him wasn't done. So one night I opened my laptop and decided to exercise it the only way I could, without being laughed out of a station lobby. It was a little after 2 in the morning. That weird dead zone where the bars have emptied out, but the night hasn't flipped fully into morning yet. I was in my kitchen because the living room felt too open. The overhead light was off. The only illumination came from the laptop screen and the microwave clock glowing 2:07 in cheap green digits. The pale rectangle of the screen painted everything in that washed-out blue-white that makes you look sick. The house had settled into its night soundtrack. The fridge hummed a low, steady presence. The HVAC had clicked off a while ago, leaving the air still. Every now and then, a car passed on the road outside its tires, whispering on asphalt, then fading. I opened my email and clicked Compose. To the Horror Channel's submission address, subject weird thing I saw near Trail 9. I stared at the blinking cursor for a long time, wondering if I should change the subject line to something more sensational. Hunter in the woods. The bag I didn't open. It all sounded like bait, like the titles they already wrote for the thumbnails. In the end, I left it as it was. It felt more honest that way. I started typing. I do not know if what I saw near Trail 9 was technically a crime I wrote, but I know I was not supposed to see it. The words came a little easier after that. My hands knew the beats by now. I walked through the trip in condensed form: the cabin, the trail, the bag, the man in the brown jacket, the station, the whiteboard, under the bed, the duffel on the hood, the corrupted files, the missing paragraphs. As I typed, the fridge cut off mid-hum. It happens all the time, but the timing clipped the room in half. 1 second, there was that low mechanical backdrop. The next, it was gone, leaving a hollow in the air. The ceiling fan in the living room had been off for hours. The neighbor's TV had gone quiet. No cars passed outside. Even the distant highway hiss seemed to thin out. My fingers kept moving over the keys for a few more words on inertia. Gray duffel bag sitting dead center on the path. The cursor blinked at the end of the sentence. I started to type the next word, that my finger hovering over the T. In the bottom right corner of the screen, a little box slid up with the softest sound. Just a subtle bloop barely there. A notification banner. People you may know. Normally I ignore those on reflex. They're always old co-workers, friends of friends, someone I met once at a party and never spoke to again. Background noise of the social internet. This time my eyes flicked down without thinking. The tiny thumbnail in the notification caught me like a hook. It was a photo of a man standing in front of a tree line. The image was small, maybe an inch across, but some details hit me immediately. The jacket he wore was brown, the kind of workman's canvas that looks the same in 100 brands. The cap on his head cast his eyes in shadow, the brim pulling low. The background behind him was a wash of trunks and branches, all the same generic woods that could be anywhere. I told myself it was just the association brown jacket trees, my brain doing what brains do and pattern matching. Then I saw the shape at his feet. Partly cropped by the frame down near the bottom edge of the thumbnail sat something gray and rectangular. The picture cut off before the full outline showed, but I could see enough of it to know it wasn't a rock. It had a strap arcing up and back down. The fabric sagged in the middle. A bag. Gray. Duffel-shaped. My finger froze halfway to the touchpad. I heard the tiny click of my own nail against the plastic, the sound absurdly loud in the sudden quiet. The notification banner hung there, waiting for me to decide. The name under the thumbnail wasn't one I recognized. No classmates, no old co-workers, no usernames I'd seen in comment threads. The only familiar thing was the line beneath the name, "Lives in my sister's town." The same little upstate place spelled exactly the way it had been on the faded "Welcome" to sign outside the gas station with the missing flyers. The fridge stayed off. The house held its breath. I knew how these suggestions worked. Data points. Overlaps. My sister was in my contacts. She was probably friends online with half the town. We shared a last name. Someone's algorithm had decided that whoever this guy was, I might want to know him. All those rational pieces lined up neatly behind the fact that I felt physically cold. I moved my finger the last half inch and clicked the banner. For a second, the thumbnail expanded the skeleton of a profile page loading behind it. Name at the top. An empty rectangle where the cover photo would be. A circular profile picture trying to resolve into something sharper than a smear of pixels. Then the page blinked. Account not available, the message said in plain, ugly font. This content is unavailable right now. It may have been removed, or the privacy settings may have changed. The profile picture was gone. The tree line, the brown jacket, the vague suggestion of a bag at his feet gone. Just a blank default silhouette, and a line of text telling me politely to move on. Behind the laptop, the microwave clock flipped over with a tiny relay click. 2008. Almost on cue, the fridge kicked back on compressor, rumbling to life. The familiar hum rushed back into the room, filling the hollow the hush had left behind, like nothing had happened. The notification banner had vanished. My email draft still sat open, the words "gray duffel bag" sitting dead center on the path, waiting for me to decide if I wanted to keep typing. The cursor blinked. The house breathed. Somewhere far away, but not far enough, I imagined a canvas strap creaking under the weight of something shifting inside. 3. The last sound and cold ending. By the time I got to the end of this, I realized I had written myself into a corner. I kept trying to find a way to make it sound cleaner for you, more like a story with a structure you could recognize. Villain, victim, evidence, resolution, something you could look up after the video and say, "Yeah, that actually happened, here's the article." The truth is uglier in a boring way. I never saw inside the bag. The man never put his hands on me. He never pulled a knife, never said he was going to hurt me. He never even raised his voice. If you strip away the context and just write it down, he's just a guy who told me not to touch his property in the woods and then showed up in a building I wasn't supposed to be in. This is why you are not going to find some dramatic police report with my name on it if you go digging after this. On paper, nothing happened. Sure, there's a case number somewhere in a database in that county's server room attached to my statement. If you could see it, you'd find my words boiled down to something like complainant reports, unknown male following him on state trail. No physical contact, no corroborating evidence. There's no mention of the bag on the hood. No mention of the whiteboard message that apparently never existed. The paragraphs where I tried to explain what scared me most have been quietly amputated and buried, wherever corrupted files go to rest. If you want car chases and arrests, I don't have that for you. What I do have are small, stupid details that won't leave me alone. I'm afraid of how normal he looked. There was nothing cinematic about him. No mask, no black cloak. Just a middle-aged white guy in a brown jacket and a hat you could buy at any farm supply store. If you saw him at a gas station filling his truck, you wouldn't remember his face 5 minutes later. You'd remember the brand of jerky you bought before you remembered him. His truck was the same way. Not some matte black monster with skull stickers on the back window. Just an old pickup with a dented bumper and a tarp in the bed. The kind of vehicle that blends into a row of 1,000 others on any rural highway. The ranger station wasn't even that creepy if you shot it in daylight. It was just an old building with peeling paint and mold, the sort of place teenagers dare each other to break into on summer nights. The whiteboard message that rattled me so much was written in the same cheap marker every office uses for passive-aggressive notes about cleaning the fridge. The scariest part to me is how easy it all was to erase. A memo written by someone who maybe saw a pattern gets wiped off a whiteboard. Old case files get corrupted in a system migration. My own statement gets trimmed until it's just hiker spooked by someone in a truck. The trail keeps getting used. People keep parking there. Nothing officially connects the bag I almost opened to whatever last time he was talking about. Same as last time. That line loops in my head more than anything else. I hear it on bad days spliced into other people's conversations. I hear it when I read about a camper who never came home and the phrase "no signs of foul play" gets used like a blanket. I don't know how many last times there have been on that trail. I don't know if Trail 9 is special or if the only thing that makes it special is that I happen to be the one who saw the bag and then did not unzip it. You probably want to know if anything has happened here back in Columbus that I can point to. Something to make this ending big. The answer is no, and also yes. No one has come through my door. My locks are intact. My security camera app has never caught a brown jacket in the hallway. My name has not shown up in any list of victims. I go to work, I answer emails, I buy groceries, I come home. My life from the outside is the same flavor of forgettable it was before. But there are sounds I can't unhear now. Every time my HVAC shuts off, there's a second where the house drops into that thick, padded silence I first noticed at my sister's cabin. The fridge pauses mid-cycle, the neighbor's TV happens to be between shows, traffic outside lulls. In that 1-second pocket, it feels like the world is waiting to see if I notice. Most of the time, the noise comes back a heartbeat later, and nothing fills the gap in between. Sometimes, though, there's something. A soft scuff on the other side of my front door, maybe. The suggestion of weight shifting against the concrete stoop. Once I swear I heard the metallic jangle of a zipper pull bumping against canvas, but that might have been memory writing its own fan fiction. Tonight, right now, actually is the one that matters. Because this is the part where I admit that what you've been listening to is exactly what I'm typing at this moment in my own quiet kitchen. Same setup as before. It is late. After midnight easily. The laptop is on the table screen, dimmed a little to save my eyes. My phone is face down, next to it, notifications off. The only other light is the microwave clock across the room, painting 2-something a.m. in radioactive green. The vents went still a few minutes ago. The HVAC sighed its last breath of the cycle and shut up. The fridge hummed along for a little while after that, then clicked off too. Even the neighbors are quiet tonight. No TV bleeding through, no late-night argument 2 units over. The highway outside has dropped to that low, distant murmur you barely notice until it's gone. I closed the laptop before I started this paragraph. I needed to see the room without its glow. Needed to hear how the house sounds when I'm not filling it with the clack of keys. Right now, it's just me and the dark and the sound of my own breathing. And just a second ago, in that deep, pregnant silence, where even the refrigerator had the decency to shut up, something heavy was set down on the concrete right outside my front door. I didn't hear footsteps approaching. No scuff up the walkway. No car doors nearby. Just one sound. A soft, solid thump, exactly the way a full bag would sound if you lowered it carefully instead of dropping it. Not hard enough to rattle the frame. Just enough to say I'm here. Every part of me is yelling at a different volume. One part says, "Go look. It's probably a package. You'll feel stupid when you see an Amazon box." Another part says, "Stay exactly where you are." Packages don't arrive at 2 in the morning without headlights in your driveway. Another part, the one that still remembers the view from under that cot, is just holding very, very still. No knock, no voice, no second sound. I am sitting at my own kitchen table a few feet from the door with a wall and some cheap insulation between me and whatever is on the other side. It would take 3 steps to get there, 1 twist of the deadbolt, 1 pull. I am not moving. Eventually, the fridge kicks back on with its familiar grunt, like a clumsy friend barging into a tense conversation. The vents stir. Somewhere a car passes on the street, tires whispering. The house refills with all the safe domestic white noise that makes up a life. I am still not moving. Instead, I opened the laptop back up. I scrolled to the end of what I'd written to you and started trying to figure out how to finish this without lying. I guess this is the closest I can get. If this email ends up being read out loud and someone listening recognizes that man or has seen that kind of gray duffel sitting where it should not be, I am not asking you to call the police for me. They already have my name in a file that says nothing happened. What I want you to understand is that sometimes the only thing between you and whatever he is doing out there isn't a badge or a camera or a memo on a whiteboard. It is the tiny private choice you make about whether you are going to unzip something that does not belong to you. And if while you are listening to this, your house suddenly goes quiet for no good reason, if the fridge and the vents and the traffic all seem to take the same breath at once, do yourself a favor and really listen to what you hear being set down on the other side of your door.